Defense who is firmly against war crimes, not one who has spoken in favor of torture, like waterboarding, in favor of people convicted of war crimes, and questioned whether we should follow the Geneva Conventions. And let's not forget, in addition to having no real qualifications and many alarming positions, Mr. Hegseth also has many red flags that raise serious concerns about his character and his conduct. There's the report that he and his management team pursued women on his staff. There is the report that he took his employees to a strip club and got drunk. There is the report that he got drunk in uniform and had to be carried out of a strip club. There is the report that he chanted, "Kill all Muslims," while he was drunk. And beyond reporting, there are the police records backing up the account of a woman who told a nurse she may have been drugged and then raped by Pete Hegseth. Now, we couldn't hear from that woman because Mr. Hegseth reached a financial settlement, and he has now threatened to sue her for speaking out. And we almost didn't hear about that incident at all, since he didn't even disclose it when he was vetted. But there are other people we have now heard from. We know his mother once wrote to her son directly criticizing him as an abuser of women. We know his former sister-in-law, in a signed affidavit, has shared she saw Mr. Hegseth drink to excess and understood his ex-wife feared for her safety with him. And we know that same ex-wife told the FBI, quote, "He drinks more than he doesn't." That is an awful lot of smoke for us to be ignoring the fire. There is absolutely no world where someone who has a history of running up debts at nonprofits should be responsible for overseeing half of our discretionary spending. There is no world where someone with a history of failing to address his irresponsible alcohol use should be given one of the most stressful jobs imaginable and should be making life and death decisions on a daily and an hourly basis. There is no world where we should have a predator running the Department of Defense that is responsible for the well-being of millions of women and men in uniform. I don't get how that is complicated. Mr. President, let me just end on this. There is no world where the person in charge of our military should see his fellow Americans as the enemy. But Mr. Hegseth has made clear that is his view. Regarding Democrats and Republicans, he has written, quote, and this is him, "The other side, the left, is not our friend. We are not esteemed colleagues nor mere political opponents. We are foes. Either we win or they win. We agree on nothing else." That is an especially dark view of our country. Our military uniforms do not say Democrat, they do not say Republican. They just don't. Mr. President, you cannot be an effective commander if your people don't trust you. But how are troops supposed to trust you to keep them safe in combat if you think half the nation is an enemy? How are Muslim service members supposed to trust you if you think their religion is a threat to our country? How are women's service members supposed to trust you if you think they should be at home? I don't have an answer to that. Maybe Mr. Hegseth doesn't either. Maybe that's why he won't meet with me. And then again, maybe it's because he thinks I'm his foe because I'm a Democrat. Or maybe he doesn't think I should have a say in the military issues because I'm a woman. Well, Mr. President, I do have a say. And I say someone like Mr. Hegseth is grossly unqualified to take on one of the most important jobs in the world, and I will be voting against him. And I urge my Republican colleagues to seriously consider the message it will send to confirm someone for Secretary of Defense who has failed time and again to meet the most basic standards of conduct our women and men in uniform are required to live up to. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also-Brooks.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I'd ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be rescinded.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it's been 4 days. Seems like it's been longer than that, but 4 days since President Trump took the oath of office as the 47th President of the United States. And we've seen a flurry of activity since that time, which you would expect from President Trump. He's been waiting for that day for some time now, and worked really hard to get there. But from securing our borders to securing protections for women in sports, it's abundantly clear that President Trump is not letting any dust gather under his feet. I'm particularly pleased to see him dismantling the Biden-Harris administration's DEI regime throughout the federal government. Some people may be asking, well, why would the president waste his time on that? What could be wrong with having a diverse workforce? Well, the truth is that while DEI, or diversity, equity, and inclusion, may sound like a benign or nice thing, the dystopian reality is that there's nothing inclusive about DEI programming. On the contrary, it's quite divisive. In practice, DEI initiatives do the exact opposite of what they purport to do, and they fly directly in the face of everything that America stands for. On Monday of this week, we celebrated Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, and what was perhaps Dr. King's most famous speech, the I Have a Dream speech, he said, "I have a dream that my 4 children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but rather by the content of their character." To me, that's the ideal. At the heart of the civil rights movement was a desire for everyone, regardless of race or gender, to compete on a level, merit-based playing field. What's so misguided about these DEI initiatives is that they do the exact opposite of what Martin Luther King spoke about. Instead of judging people on the content of their character, the DEI regime would have us assign points to people based on characteristics like skin color or gender, and give preferential treatment to people on that basis. These are immutable characteristics, not something any of us can control. And so it's profoundly unfair to decide that one person in a job candidate pool gets more weight put on their application because of something that was an accident of their birth. I think most people would, if they understand what DEI is all about, would agree that this amounts to an unfair hiring practice. It treats people differently based on gender or the color of their skin or some other immutable characteristic. But President Trump's executive order does not just affect federal hiring. It also directs agencies and department heads to eliminate DEI practices in grants and contracts as well. I think this would be a great opportunity for the Department on Government Efficiency to take a look at it as well, as there's a lot of room to eliminate waste and inefficiency in federal grants and contracts. According to the Government Accounting Office, GAO, the federal government spent $759 billion on federal contracts in 2023, which represents roughly 12.5% of federal government spending for that fiscal year. A significant number of these contracts are for the Department of Defense. With billions of dollars and our national security on the line, it's critical that these contracts are awarded to contractors on merit, not based on some DEI-centered criteria. So we owe it to the taxpayers to be selecting the best and the brightest and the most effective people for a job, not picking the consulting firm that simply racked up with the most DEI points. One of the downstream effects of DEI requirements in federal contracts is they create an incentive structure for these divisive practices to bleed into the corporate world. This goes all the way back to then President Richard Nixon, who implemented affirmative action requirements for private companies that contract with the federal government. Since that time, there have even been instances of companies committing outright fraud in order to qualify for contracts that were prioritized for minority-owned businesses by claiming that an employee is a 51% owner in order to qualify for a minority-owned status and thus get preferential treatment. Now, some of the folks in the media, not surprisingly, are framing this action by President Trump as a reversal of the progress that we've made in America in the civil rights era, but nothing could be farther from the truth. What we have to keep in mind is that the reforms of the civil rights era were enacted to address the particular problems that our nation was going through at that time, namely segregation and widespread racial discrimination. Of course, these practices of racial discrimination were so widespread during that time. This was far from our finest moments as a nation. And I'm thankful that our country has been able to move forward from that era. And I applaud the men and women who went to great lengths and risked everything to help us turn the page on that chapter as a country. But today, with rights granted to everybody, regardless of race, color, or creed, by law, we have a different situation where the law and the policies that were intended to end racial discrimination have evolved into the modern DEI apparatus, creating a new kind of discrimination, something we sought to avoid, but which has now crept back in to our country. So the policies that were enacted to address one problem back during the civil rights era have been turned on their head, not to accomplish their original purpose, but to do something entirely different, which is to enact preferences based on race, gender, and other immutable characteristics. In fact, while the Civil Rights Act was being debated right here on the Senate floor, one of its architects, Senator Humphrey, expressed direct opposition to what is now part of the DEI bureaucracy. He said, if the senator can find in Title VII any language that provides that an employer will have to hire based on the percentage or quota related to race, color, religion, or national origin, I will start eating the pages one after another because it's not there. So I think it's fair to say that President Trump's actions earlier this week are not a reversal of the progress we've made since the civil rights movement. They are better understood as the righting of the ship, back to what Congress and the nation intended to accomplish, a nation where all people have a chance to succeed or fail based on their merit and not on race. So this action by President Trump, rather than reversing progress, is a return to the ideal that the United States of America should have always stood for, but unfortunately did not, which is that the equal dignity and equal treatment of every American under the law. That's our goal, and I'm glad to see President Trump has returned us to that original idea since the civil rights era, rather than to somehow paper over this effort to treat people differently based on their race, gender, or other characteristics. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I would note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
The senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, I understand we're in a quorum call, and I'd ask unanimous consent that that call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, thank you. For the entire time that I've been a member of the United States Senate, I've had the privilege of having on my team a Kansan who invests his time, his energy, his passion. He gives his heart for helping my constituents, for helping our constituents, for helping Kansans and Americans. Tyler York has worn many hats in my office. He was a district representative, a caseworker, a videographer, and a legislative advisor. Tyler and I first met when he was completing his degree at Kansas State University, and he became, I needed some help, and he helped me in 2010 on my Senate campaign. As a result, as being a recent graduate from Kansas State University, Tyler was open to new opportunities and got the job driving me across Kansas. And during a 2-hour drive on I-70 from Manhattan to the airport, it became apparent to me that this young man was someone I wanted on my team, and I've benefited from his service every day. At least in this instance, I was right about him. Tyler York joined my newly formed Senate team in Washington, D.C., doing both constituent services and legislative work. A Kansan through and through, and after a few years in Washington, D.C., like many, Tyler decided to continue his work as a district representative to get back home to Kansas. Tyler quickly became integrated, became a part, became familiar with the communities in South Central Kansas, and whether he was meeting with local leaders, making community visits, or assisting Kansans with problems they were having with the federal government, you could always count on Tyler to be diligently working with a smile on his face to solve a problem, to help people, to get things done. Through his time assisting folks with federal issues, doing what we all here call casework, Tyler became our go-to guy for issues related to many things, including the United States Post Office. And as many of my colleagues know, we've had lots of casework involving the challenges of the United States Post Office getting the mail delivered. Ready, willing, and able, he stepped up to every task. Tyler worked especially in rural areas to improve the consistency and the quality of postal service. His work on this issue and others certainly did not go unnoticed, and I'd like to share some of the comments I received from community leaders once they learned that Tyler was moving on. LaVonna Duvall, who's the president and CEO of the Finney County Economic Development Corporation, shared, "We so appreciated Tyler York's role in expanding Senator Moran's Southwest presence. Senator Moran recognized that our region was growing and that we had needs that differed from many other places in the state of Kansas, and he chose well in appointing Tyler, a native of our region, to create Southwest Kansas office. Tyler did a great job providing connectivity between our region and the Senator's office in Washington, D.C., and we will forever be grateful for Tyler's leadership in representing us for our needs at the federal level. We only wish Tyler the very best in his future endeavors." Steve Dyers, the former president of the Garden City Chamber, Tyler's dedication to serving Kansans on behalf of Senator Moran was always evident. He was responsive to our needs, always prompt and available, and he worked his tail off to ensure that our voices were heard, our questions were answered, and our needs were met. And then Megan Barfield, the president and the CEO of the Great Bend Chamber of Commerce. I've had the privilege of knowing Tyler for 5+ years, now during my time as the Great Bend Chamber exec. He's always presented himself as one of the most engaged and truly genuine people that I know. I had little experience in legislative affairs coming into my role, and I could always call on Tyler and trust him with whatever questions or direction I needed. Great Bend and Barton County, thank you, and we'll miss you, Tyler. Much of Tyler's most important work happened during times of hardship and adversity. In March of 2017, a wildfire burned across western Kansas, stirred up by high winds and fueled by dry prairie grasses. The fire lasted nearly a week and burned more than 450,000 acres across Kansas. Farms, ranches, businesses, homes were lost to the fires. And this fire occurred around Ashland, Kansas, in the county that is Tyler's hometown and home county. And it was one of the main victims of that fire. So his hometown, his neighbors, the people he grew up with were in jeopardy. It was a devastating time for the community, but they had a great ally in Tyler. They knew him and they trusted him. In the weeks following the fire, Tyler worked nonstop connecting first responders, landowners, local leaders with federal emergency resources. He kept me informed and updated on the situation on the ground and helped create legislation to change the way that the federal government delivers aid to help pay for fencing and the loss of cattle. That legislation became law and made a significant difference then and continuing. He took great care of the people of Ashland, not just because it was his job, but because he truly, truly cared about them. Tyler's help also extended beyond the borders of Kansas to the country of Afghanistan. Following the U.S. military's abrupt withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021, we began receiving calls. As I recall, we received more than 1,000 inquiries from Kansas asking what we could do to help people who were stranded in Afghanistan, people who helped our soldiers, our interpreters, people who had a religion different than what the Taliban's beliefs are. 1,000+ Kansans said, we need your help to get somebody out of Afghanistan that we know. Tyler quickly became personally invested in these cases. This was a very difficult time for all of us, and Tyler working day and night, making phone calls, contacting embassies. He was one of those individuals who took the people's problems, which in this case were life and death, to heart. It was a difficult time for Tyler and for our office, as he wanted to have success in getting every individual that he learned about out of Afghanistan. He helped rescue 23 people, including children, from Kabul, Afghanistan in 2021. One set of Kansans Tyler's helped was the family of U.S. Army veteran Fatima Jakhori. She had this to share about Tyler. Tyler York truly embodies the American spirit, helping others see the vision of the American dream by building ties with community members, listening to Kansans, and working tirelessly for Americans. It was one of the most uncertain times in history. Tyler acted to ensure all Kansans were heard, welcomed, and supported. Words cannot express my gratitude for Tyler. Tyler is the compass pointing at the direction to be a great American and a greater man. Tyler became friends of those people he helped escape from Afghanistan. He became a part of their families. I know that this job often took Tyler on the road driving around Kansas and missing valuable time with his family, his wife, Alicia. I want to express my gratitude to Tyler's family for supporting him in his work and for being gracious when he had to miss dinner or an important event because he was pulled away to work. Tyler spent his entire career on Capitol Hill in my office, and for that I would like to express my gratefulness to him. While I'm saddened that his time working for me has concluded, I'm thankful to have had the opportunity to work with him, beside him, over the last 14 years. He kept good stats on the work that he did, and it's quite impressive. 4,191 meetings, 2,053 individuals, families, organizations that he assisted in casework, 761 reports or memos drafted, 105 counties visited, that's every county in Kansas, 11 years of working to pass legislation to reform the post office, 3 new USDA programs developed as a direct result of the 2017 fires in Clark County. In the next phase of his career, Tyler will still be helping Kansans as an executive officer with the Wichita Area Builders Association, supporting home builders, their customers, and the regional industry in South Central Kansas. Tyler, your invaluable experience, joyful attitude, your constant drive to improve not only yourself, but those around you, and I include me, as being improved by your presence in my personal and professional life. You are and will be dearly missed. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and I look forward to hearing of your continued service to our state and its people. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to extend my thanks to my colleague from Kansas for sharing that wonderful reflection on Tyler's exceptional work for the people of Kansas and for the people of the United States. We are blessed to have wonderful people to work with in this job. Mr. President, I rise right now and today for the purpose of joining my colleagues from both sides of the aisle in opposing Mr. Hegseth's nomination as Secretary of Defense. I appreciate Mr. Hegseth's military service. Indeed, when evaluating his nomination, his service was what I appreciated most about his background. But unfortunately, it's clear that Mr. Hegseth does not have the skills, experience, record, or character to lead a department that has a budget of more than $800 billion and is the largest employer of men and women in our country, and is tasked with safeguarding our nation's security and freedom. We take pride as Americans in the fact that our military is the very best. The standard of excellence and professionalism set by the men and women of our armed forces is central to our military success and to our country's success. This high standard of competency and character, of both unmatched ability and uncommon virtue, is why America's armed forces command the respect of our friends, the fear of our foes, and the abiding faith of freedom-loving people everywhere. America boasts the greatest fighting force in the history of the world. The heroes who serve in our armed forces deserve a leader who is worthy of that greatness. And Mr. Hegseth is plainly not up to that task. Like many of my colleagues, I have concerns regarding Mr. Hegseth's character, the documented accusations about his excessive and uncontrolled drinking, his sexual harassment, sexual assault, and now accusations of being abusive to his ex-wife. It is ironic that Mr. Hegseth and some of my colleagues have dismissed these concerns as partisan, because sadly, if this wasn't a partisan confirmation process, for example, if my Republican colleagues were considering hiring Mr. Hegseth to join their staffs, we would all agree that these accusations would immediately be disqualifying. Mr. Hegseth dismisses these multiple accusations from disparate people as, quote, a coordinated smear campaign, close quote. I don't think that the concerns of his former colleagues, friends, and family should be quickly dismissed as smears. And many other of the nominees who are being considered by this body aren't facing similar accusations, even though there are people who vehemently oppose their confirmation, which begs the question of why Mr. Hegseth continues to face multiple similar accusations from different sources. But for a moment, let's do as Mr. Hegseth asks and put aside these accusations. Let us say for a moment that those who occupy the highest positions in public life shouldn't be above reproach, though indeed they should. Let us say that our service members do not deserve a leader whose strength of character matches their own, though I believe they do. And let us say for a moment that character does not count, though indeed it surely always does. Let us, in short, ignore everything that Mr. Hegseth demanded that we ignore in his hearing. Even if we did that, I would submit that based on experience alone, Mr. Hegseth is plainly unqualified for the job as Secretary of Defense. The Secretary of Defense is responsible for a budget of more than $800 billion and responsible for 3.4 million employees who serve on every continent across the globe. To lead the Defense Department is a daunting task that requires leadership and managerial skills of the highest order. However, Mr. Hegseth's managerial experience begins and ends with his leadership at two small nonprofits, and his tenure at both resulted in concerns about his financial mismanagement at their helm. If Mr. Hegseth could not and did not effectively manage organizations with around 100 employees, surely no one can actually believe that he's ready to manage one of 3.4 million people. We live in a dangerous and uncertain world. Iran and its proxies continue to menace our forces in the Middle East. Vladimir Putin is on the march in Europe. North Korea persists in testing our allies and testing its missiles. And China looks with a conqueror's gaze toward Taiwan. To my Republican colleagues, I understand that you wish to support President Trump. But presidents are sometimes wrong. We are talking about our nation's vital security. We are considering the confirmation of the person who will be entrusted to marshal our resources as the enemy approaches, attacks our cyber defenses, or invades an ally. It matters. It matters that we have the right person in this job. It matters that we get this one right. Surely there is someone in this great country of brilliant and brave people of all political stripes who is more capable, who has the experience and character necessary to forge under pressure the judgment that will keep us safe and free. This is America. We have the finest fighting force ever assembled. We have more strength and power than any fighting force has had in human history. And in the past, when we have looked for leaders of our armed forces, we have searched for our country's best and brightest, the most gifted minds of America's boardrooms, the brightest stars to come out of West Point, the most revered public servants to serve in these halls. We did not need then, nor do we need now, to turn to the green rooms of cable TV networks for the Secretary of Defense. Tomorrow marks the 80th anniversary of the Battle of the Bulge, a campaign in which my father served. In freezing temperatures, outnumbered and often undersupplied, our forces held the line against Hitler's onslaught. Our soldiers won because they were brave. They won because they were skilled. And they won because they were well led. Surely, the armed forces of the United States of America, the victors of the Ardennes, of Gettysburg and Midway, and 1,000 places in between and since, surely they need a leader who they can have full faith in. Surely America's best deserves the best. Government's most important task is to keep America safe, secure, and free. It is a complex, fast-moving, and evolving challenge. It is a job that at times presents its occupant, the Secretary of Defense, no good or easy options. It is, in short, a deadly serious job where both success and failure have enormous ramifications. It's a job that depends on experience and character, the prerequisites for good judgment, like no other. No senator should vote for someone who they can only hope will learn on the job, not for the Secretary of Defense. No senator should vote for a nominee on the hope that he will display more personal discipline once he gets the job. There are strong, experienced, and able members of the President's party whose views align with his, who could be exceptional leaders of the Department of Defense. Mr. Hegseth is not one of them. I urge my colleagues to to reject this nominee. And I yield the floor.
The senator from Connecticut.
President, are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor to join many of my colleagues in expressing grave alarm over the choice of Pete Hegseth to run the Department of Defense. It is not hyperbole to say that we have never seen a candidate, at least in modern times, to lead our soldiers and our troops who is as dangerously and woefully unqualified as Pete Hegseth. I think everybody understands his primary qualification. He was on TV during the weekends when Donald Trump would watch Fox News. Period. Stop. Because as we have learned more about Pete Hegseth, his history of sexual misconduct, his history of public drunkenness, his history of financial mismanagement, it appears as if there must be thousands of other people who were easily more qualified. But I want to talk today about his qualifications, his views that he's made known on television, that he has expressed to the committee about how he would do the job. I think his history of personal misconduct in and of itself is disqualifying. It's just an embarrassment to the country at a moment when we want to win more friends and allies. It's just the wrong match for a department that oversees the moral and professional development of young men and women. To have somebody like that, with that kind of history, leading the agency. But it is also important, the views that he has expressed on how he would run the Department of Defense, because I fear he will run it into the ground. First, let me talk about the politicization of the Department of Defense. Listen, I don't like the fact that all across government, the design seems to be that if you don't agree with President Trump's political ideas, that if you don't pledge loyalty to President Trump, you don't have any future in the federal government. That's not how we've ever run the federal government. Yes, we've always had a class of political appointees. Yes, you want the people at the very top of each department to be broadly aligned with your view of the world. But this administration, most recently by reclassifying thousands of employees in the federal government to make them political, to make them immediately fireable, is a fundamental rewrite of the way that we traditionally view government. We want civil servants, people whose oath, whose loyalty is to the American public, is to the Constitution, is to the law, not simply to a political party or to a political ideology. Kash Patel has made it very clear he doesn't want anybody in the Department of Justice who doesn't line up with his particular political view of the world. And Pete Hegseth seems to be of the same mind. He seems to be proposing creating a Department of Defense that abandons its core values and its traditional review processes in favor of a new culture of paranoia and mistrust amidst unexplained firings for even being perceived as having the wrong political leanings. Now, this didn't happen inside the Department of Defense, but it's the highest profile firing in the national security chain of command. On Monday, on Trump's first day in office, he fired the head of the Coast Guard, Commandant Linda Fagan, without explanation, beyond anonymous statements to the press about vague concerns about Fagan's approach to programs aimed at improving diversity or opportunity within the Coast Guard. Many of us have had the opportunity to work with Admiral Fagan. She's a straight shooter. She improved morale at the Coast Guard. She has vigorously defended our shores. She has helped increase readiness. There's nothing political. There was nothing political about Linda Fagan and her career of service to this country to become the first woman to lead the Coast Guard. And yet she was fired on Monday without explanation, except for these anonymously sourced vague concerns about her focus on trying to bring more women into the Coast Guard and more cadets of color. And it seems to serve a very clear end to make everybody wonder what that line is. Nobody knows the line that Linda Fagan crossed, but now that it's blurred, everybody is going to hunker down, buckle down, do nothing at all that may arise the suspicions of the White House. And it seems to me that that's exactly what's going to happen at the Department of Defense. He has promised to fire top-end military leaders who are engaged in his nebulous war on woke. So if you care about making sure that you've got troops from different backgrounds and different parts of the country, maybe that's a war on woke. If you promote a woman, maybe that's a war on woke. If you care about making sure that your troops don't engage in unethical conduct, maybe that's a war on woke. If you contract with a local business that may not be aligned with Donald Trump, maybe that's part of the war on woke. We have no idea. And so what will happen inside the Department of Defense is just a constant sense of paranoia, a constant looking over your shoulder, a grinding to a halt of business as normal because nobody knows what is a fireable offense and what isn't. How do I stay on the good side of Pete Hegseth? What gets me on the bad side? Second, I want to talk about his views on women in combat. He wrote in his book this: "Dads push us to take risks. Moms put the training wheels on our bikes. We need moms, but not in the military, especially in combat units." What an insulting thing to say. What a disgusting thing to believe. Dads push us to take risks. Moms put the training wheels on our bikes. My mom taught me to take risks. My dad told me to take risks too. But is there a single United States senator here who believes that our mothers, the women in our lives, aren't risk takers? That they didn't push us to be better? Pete Hegseth believes, he just believes this, that women hold us back, that women hold men back, that women hold their sons back. And it just doesn't matter that he has walked back these statements. Magically, he had a conversion on the issue of women in the military. Magically, he started saying less offensive things about women right after he was nominated to be Secretary of Defense. Nobody believes this conversion. This is a conversion for political reasons only. It does not mask the fact that this is what Pete Hegseth believes, that he believes that women are inferior to men. And again, not just that they shouldn't engage in combat. He believes they are morally inferior, that they have qualities that men don't have. Many women, most women that I know, who have served bravely and effectively in combat, some serving with us on Capitol Hill, have taken grave offense to Pete Hegseth's unfounded denigration of their service. And many have pointed out the real impacts his ideas will have surrounding women in combat and what those comments could mean for our more general readiness. Why? Because there are 360,000 women serving in the U.S. military today in a variety of capacities. They are essential to keeping this nation safe. And now every single one of them knows that the man taking over the Department of Defense doesn't think they are worthy to serve, and that their prospects for advancement upon his elevation of the Department of Defense are compromised. Their ability to get fair treatment inside the Department of Defense has been compromised. And it won't shock anybody if we see many of those women leave the service, and if we see many fewer women sign up to protect this country. That would come at an enormous cost. An enormous cost to the security of this nation. Third, I want to talk about a topic that I hope this body finds a way to have a non-political, nonpartisan discussion on. And that is the growing problem of extremism in our military. Now, I think every large organization has to tackle this issue. Anytime you have a big, large organization, you are going to have individuals amongst your ranks that are affiliated with extremist and dangerous causes. So I don't think this problem is exclusive to the U.S. military. But people who have military experience are about 6%, 5% of the overall population. They comprised 15% of the people who were pardoned by Donald Trump just 3 days ago. A share 3 times greater than that of the general population. We have watched as a disproportionate share of individuals who have engaged in mass shootings have had a military background. Now, a lot of that is connected to post-traumatic stress disorder and our failure to get services to those individuals. That's on us, and we should have that conversation as well. But Pete Hegseth has said that this issue of whether the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys have influence inside the military, and there are plenty of reports that there are lots of active channels of communication and recruitment between these right-wing groups and the military. He says that that problem is fake. It's fake. I don't know the extent of this problem, but I know it's something we should talk about. And I'm very, very worried to have a Secretary of Defense who doesn't believe it's a problem even worth mentioning. And then lastly, Madam President, I want to talk about what I maybe think is the most dangerous part of Pete Hegseth's views on the military, and that is his history of support for war criminals, his low regard for the Code of Military Justice, and his disbelief, his non-belief in the concept of international law and the laws of war. It's pretty shocking that we are even having a debate here about whether the United States military should engage in torture or adhere to the Geneva Conventions. For those of us that served with John McCain, I cannot believe what he would think about the decision of a Republican president to appoint a Secretary of Defense who does not believe in the Geneva Conventions and the basic laws of war, and claims that it is weak or unmanly to believe that there should be some common set of rules about how we engage in war. I do think it's legitimate to have a conversation about the rules of engagement. We should always be willing to revisit the rules of engagement. It is entirely possible, plausible even, that the rules that we apply to our soldiers in very difficult, complicated engagements, where they often don't know who is friend or foe, are outdated. We should be willing to have that conversation, but that's not what Pete Hegseth is interested in. He is interested in obliterating the rules of engagement. He doesn't want any constraints on our soldiers. And while it is true that many of the enemies that we fight don't follow any rules at all, it is not good for the United States security more broadly to give up on international law, the rules of war, and the rules of engagement, and just accept a race to the bottom. At the hearing, Ranking Member Reid asked Pete Hegseth about 3 instances of clemency granted by President Trump in 2019. Grants of clemency that the nominee supports. One soldier, a lieutenant in the Army, had been serving for 19 years in prison and was pardoned after being convicted of 2 counts of second-degree murder for ordering a soldier to fire on unarmed Afghan motorcyclists in 2012. Another was pardoned after being charged with murder, just murder, of an Afghan in 2010. Another pardon was for an individual who posed and took photos with a corpse during a 2017 deployment to Iraq. This problem is minuscule inside our armed forces. It really is, right? 99.9% of our soldiers, men and women who fight for us, are never, ever engaged in these kind of horrific crimes. But the reason for that is A, that we have good moral people fighting for us, but B, because we have a code of conduct. And that deterrent helps to make sure that the instances of misconduct are very, very small, are infinitesimal. If all of a sudden that code of conduct is obliterated, and it becomes harder for our military leadership to make sure that when we are in war, we are following those rules of engagement. And remember, our power in the world is our tanks and our soldiers, our airplanes and our aircraft carriers, but it has always been our moral authority. We have never been perfect. We have never had leadership that was perfect. But to voluntarily give up on our belief that U.S. troops are held to a higher standard than our enemies, that shrinks our power in the world. That makes enemies run away from us. And in a world today where there is just a descent from truth, right? That's what Putin wants. Putin wants to obliterate objectivism in this world, to believe that there is no right or wrong, that everything is just an individual's viewpoint. When we retreat from those long-held and consensus-developed ideas about, for instance, not torturing our enemies during times of war, it provides a lift and assist to people like Putin, who are trying to make us believe that there is no such thing as right or wrong in the world, that it is all just different shades of gray. So I understand that much of the debate here will be about this litany of really ugly personal misconduct. And I think that is reason alone to say, you know what, find somebody else it's not as if Pete Hegseth is the only person qualified to run the Department of Defense. There are other people who are loyal to Donald Trump, who are conservative, maybe even believe in this campaign against wokeism, but don't have the history of personal misconduct. But I also think that these questions about women in combat, about the political campaigns that will be run inside the department that will breed a sense of paranoia, about taking seriously small but growing real threats to us like extremism in the military, and then this bigger question of making sure that we have fealty to the laws of war and prohibitions against torture. I think all of those really concerning views of this nominee, even if the misconduct didn't exist, would be enough for us to say, find somebody else. Find somebody else who is just going to do the job instead of trying to bring these political agendas, whether it's misogyny or anti-wokeism or anti-multilateralism, into a job that really should be pretty simple. Lead our troops, protect the nation, lift up America's standing in the world. I know the cake may be baked at this point, but I just want to make one more plea to my Republican colleagues to reconsider their decision to confirm to lead the Department of Defense somebody who seems just hell-bent mostly on pursuing a political, not military, agenda that I truly believe is certain to weaken our armed forces and threaten our national security. I yield the floor.
hearing last week. And in the Hegseth nomination hearing last week, there were a number of important issues, and I'd like to speak to one that is central to both America's national security and American values. The principle that every American has the right to know when their government believes that it is allowed to kill them. Now, I don't believe this ought to be a controversial matter. My constituents don't believe it should be a controversial matter. The Bill of Rights says no one shall be deprived of life without due process of law. Government officials have, in my view, a basic obligation to explain any rules that allow them to ever kill an American citizen. And on this, the nominee to serve as Defense Secretary has simply flunked the test. His refusal to answer basic questions before the Senate Committee on Armed Services ought to trouble every single American. Now, I want to focus on that fundamental question concerning the government's power to kill Americans and why Americans have to keep fighting, and senators, for transparency. Over a decade ago, the Obama administration took the position that their analysis of the president's legal authority to deliberately kill Americans was secret, and they refused to share that. As I said at the time, I believe that position was just unacceptable. And I told the Obama administration if an American takes up arms against the United States as part of a foreign army or a terrorist group, there are indeed circumstances where it is legal to use lethal force against that American. But the limits and the boundaries of the president's authority to kill Americans must be available to the public so that voters can decide whether that authority has sufficient safeguards. Now, the Obama administration initially disagreed with me. They were clearly reluctant to acknowledge specific limits on the president's power. To be candid, we had a pretty big public argument about that over a number of weeks. Many other senators got involved. In fact, Senator Paul, our colleague from Kentucky, brought the debate to a head with a 13-hour standing filibuster. I remember, Madam President, coming to the Senate floor to join Senator Paul, and there were a number of Republican colleagues who were there as well. I think one of the reasons it became such a significant debate and a viral moment is that it was literally exactly what our founding fathers envisioned. Members of the Senate coming together to check the power of the presidency. In response to this filibuster that Senator Paul and others were part of, the Obama administration came around to doing the right thing. Attorney General Holder sent Senator Paul a letter stating clearly that if an American is standing on U.S. soil, not engaged in combat, then the President of the United States does not have the authority to use military force against them. Now, obviously, there are a host of other important questions about the limits of the President's war powers. But I thought that letter from Attorney General Holder was an important concession. And I'm proud, Madam President, that Democrats and Republicans worked together on a bipartisan basis for it. So I was very troubled last week by the answers that Pete Hegseth gave in his nomination hearing before the Armed Services Committee. For example, our colleague, Senator Hirono, asked the nominee directly if he would carry out an order to shoot American citizens. Mr. Hegseth could have given the same answer that Attorney General Holder gave us a decade ago, but this nominee just refused to answer the question. Now, Madam President, it's even more troubling. Our colleague, Senator Slotkin, asked an even easier question. Senator Slotkin asked, is there such a thing as an illegal order? The answer to that question should very obviously be yes. If a president orders a Secretary of Defense to violate the law or the Constitution, that order is illegal. And it is, in my view, stunning that the nominee refused to answer this very straightforward question. Even our youngest soldiers, Madam President, in basic training know that it is their duty to refuse illegal orders. We should at least expect that much from our Secretary of Defense. So I say to my colleagues in closing that it comes down to this. I thought we agreed, Democrats and Republicans, people of a variety of different political philosophies, believe that what I've discussed are fundamentally important principles to America. We have fought hard in America to uphold them, and we did it together. I, for the life of me, don't understand why we're voting today to confirm a nominee who can't tell us point blank that he will oppose illegal orders and that he will uphold the Constitution of the United States. So for that reason, Madam President, I haven't spoken on the matter till just now. I intend to vote no on Mr. Hegseth's nomination, and frankly, I wish more of my colleagues across the aisle, for the reasons that have been outlined here, were joining me in voting no. I yield the floor. Madam President.
Senator from Oregon.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the following members of my team be granted floor privileges for the remainder of the Congress. Lindsey Williams, Tracy Henry, Poki E. Balash, Suja Ramukandran, Jack Pitzer, Robert Welsh, Samantha Fine, Shannon Rogers, Owen Stafford, Yezi Yang, Haleen O'Neill, Eric Lowe-Presti, and Ian Hunter.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
It's nice to see you in the chair, Madam President.
It's good to be in the chair.
I'm here to add some thoughts regarding the vote we're going to have on Pete Hegseth for Secretary of Defense. Of course, in this, as a Rhode Island junior senator, I am very cognizant of the important role that my senior senator, Jack Reed, has had on the Committee of Jurisdiction, the Senate Armed Services Committee, and I want to give him tribute for the way he has conducted himself. What I can bring to this conversation is a little bit about background investigations. I sit on the Judiciary Committee. The Judiciary Committee does more background investigation work than any other because we have so many people coming through, the judges, the U.S. attorneys, every marshal, all of that. So we're very busy on BIs. And I took a deep dive into the Brett Kavanaugh background investigation and put out a report on the flaws and gaps and misdirections that transpired around that background investigation, specifically that supplemental background investigation, a point I'll clarify in a moment. But let's start with what we do know about the FBI background investigation into Mr. Hegseth. We know that only one Democrat has even seen it, and that is the ranking member on the committee, Senator Reed. And we do know that he has publicly said that that background investigation was, to use his word, inadequate. So Republicans are going forward on the basis of an FBI investigation that a very respected member of this body has publicly said was inadequate. What else do we know about it? Well, it's been reported in the press that the chairman has said that it took 3 briefings by the FBI to get through the background investigation. Now, I don't know why that happened, but we do know that new material emerged in the press about various kinds of misconduct by this individual after the initial background investigation took place. So the likeliest scenario to explain why there were 3 background investigations in the light of the recurring release of further information about his repeated misconduct is that there were supplemental background investigations after the original full-field FBI background investigation was completed. So let's presume that to be true. Again, we can't know this because this is all tied up in so much unnecessary secrecy, in my view. But let's presume that that's the case. What does that mean? Well, what we discovered during the Kavanaugh background investigation is that the regular FBI full-field background investigation takes place under a set of long-standing rules and protocols and procedures. They have forms that they follow. It has been routinized to a fairly significant degree. It's different than a proper FBI investigation. A proper FBI investigation in the criminal law enforcement front has a whole different set of controls and protocols and supervisory roles over that. When you get into the full field background investigation, you're operating under a different set of rules, but you are still operating under rules. And you can ask the question to the FBI, was this background investigation conducted fully within the rules and the protocols for background investigations? Until you get to a supplemental background investigation. Now, one of the objections that I had to the way we were treated as we tried to get to the bottom of the Kavanaugh background investigation was that the then head of the FBI kept repeatedly saying publicly, could you excuse me a second? Ed, if you please. We were repeatedly told that the supplemental background investigation was done consistent with all of the FBI standard protocols and procedures. What was misleading about that, as we later discovered, is that for a supplemental background investigation, there are no operating procedures and protocols. Wray said that they comported with all of their procedures, didn't disclose that, in fact, there are no procedures to comport with. What is the FBI doing in a supplemental background investigation? They are doing only and exactly what the White House has instructed them to do, period. No more, no less, no procedure, no protocol. Which raises a huge question about the adequacy of this background investigation to the extent that in its later stages, it was a supplemental background investigation. We know that when the Kavanaugh investigation was going on, Republican senators were told that there was no corroboration being kind of an important legal term here, no corroboration of the charges that have been brought by Dr. Blasey Ford of his attack on her those many years ago. No corroboration. What we found out later on is that the instructions from the White House to the FBI for that supplemental background investigation related to her charges were don't look for, don't find, and don't report to us any corroborating information. We also found out that they never interviewed either Dr. Blasey Ford about her allegations or Brett Kavanaugh about his conduct. So there's every reason to believe about this background investigation, as to the supplemental background investigation part of it, that it was woefully incomplete, that it was restricted by the White House to very, very narrow bounds, that we do not know what those narrow bounds are, and that very likely neither Hegseth nor the individuals making the charges were even interviewed by the FBI. And we can suspect that because that is precisely what happened in the Kavanaugh background investigation. So there's a major, major weakness in what is publicly described as an inadequate background investigation, to the extent that those latter two segments of it that caused the three briefings to have to take place were supplemental background investigations, precisely and exactly controlled by the Trump White House. Another point that relates to all of this is that when these witnesses came forward, the standard counterattack against them is that they were anonymous. Over and over again, Hegseth said in the committee, anonymous smears, anonymous smears. Madam Chair, these accusers were not anonymous. Not only were they not anonymous, they were willing and presented themselves as willing to be able to come over here and personally brief in their offices any Republican senator. It's not anonymous when you're willing to show up in a senator's office and give a personal briefing. What they weren't willing to do was to put their names out there publicly. Now, why would they want to steer away from that? Ask Christine Blasey Ford, what her life was turned into by far-right and MAGA attacks on her after she came forward with her charges against Brett Kavanaugh. Ask the poll workers who were Rudy Giuliani's victims what their life turned into after he called them out, conduct against them that gave rise to the massive multi-million-dollar verdict that Rudy Giuliani is still struggling to pay with. Evidently, some billionaire paid it off for him. We'll see. But it's perfectly logical for a person to be willing to come forward, like many witnesses are, to identify themselves, to speak privately, the way people often do in a grand jury, to a prosecutor, without yet putting your name out there. And actually, some are not anonymous, but we should reject the notion that these witnesses were anonymous. They were not anonymous. They're real people with real faces who are willing to come in and tell their real stories, and Republican senators simply refuse to hear them. That's a different thing than anonymity. They couldn't get through the door of the offices. So either Republican colleagues either already know who these people are, so they're not anonymous, or they're perfectly able to find out by getting their names and inviting them in and hearing them out. Seems like a pretty simple ask. Now, in some cases, for instance, Mr. Hegseth's sister-in-law, ex-sister-in-law, I guess you'd say, has actually put her name on her affidavit describing his abusive and drunken misconduct. So she's not anonymous by any stretch of the imagination. And because the far-right counterattack team likes to attack people who are willing to come forward, they actually outed one of the other witnesses in a story. I won't mention her name because I do not want to make things even worse for her, but they did out her in a right-wing publication. So you have at least two names that are out there that are clearly not anonymous and indeed are public. What happens with them? What happens with them is that they're accused of having evil motive, that they had a motive to lie about Pete Hegseth, and that is what is driving what they've been saying. Well, guess who is really good at interviewing witnesses and looking at the surrounding circumstances and evaluating a motive? The FBI. The FBI is. And so if the FBI, in this supplemental background investigation, was instructed not to evaluate motive, just to let that be a political hand grenade to throw with no foundation, then we have an extra layer of problems with this background investigation. So there's every reason to believe that the background investigation was inadequate and specifically directed by the White House away from relevant evidence, the way the Kavanaugh investigation was directed away from corroborating evidence. Here it would have been directed away from evidence of motive. And you got a real problem on your hands. And I urge my Republican colleagues, this is kind of last call. This guy gets in and starts to behave the way reasonable people could expect him to behave. You're going to own that. And when you say, oh, the background investigation should have brought that up, not if you didn't ask about the background investigation, not if you didn't get a real one, not if you didn't bring the actual witnesses in to hear from themselves. Now, we've had another little event recently, which is the pardons of the violent January 6 rioters. Before that pardon took place, our Republican colleagues said over and over again, that will never happen. This is a weird Democrat pipe dream. The very notion of pardoning these violent rioters who hurt police officers, who attacked and harmed police officers, is absurd, said one colleague. The vice president said it wasn't going to happen, it would be wrong. And after all that talk, all that reassurance, what happened? Donald Trump went right out and did it. So if you think there are guardrails around this individual, You've already been proven that they're not there. The thing you thought was absurd, the thing you thought would never happen, the thing you said was wrong, was done. And if that's not a lesson as we go forward into these other defective nominees, I can't help you. I can't make you vote any other way, but it ought to be clear that future misconduct by this guy, whether he's being drunk on duty or erratic or abusive or inappropriate with female staff and officers, or even abusing the power of our military to accomplish political purposes for President Trump, there's really no sign of guardrails to prevent that. And an inadequate FBI report is something that should be cleared up before Republicans are forced to vote on this. And it's in your power to look into these things and get it done. It's not in our power in the minority. We're doing the best we can. So I urge you to consider those dangers as we move forward towards this vote. And I thank the presiding officer, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam President. We're about to have a monumental vote out here on the floor of the United States Senate on who will become the next Secretary of Defense for the United States of America. The defense budget in the United States is $900 billion. The person who is given that responsibility has to be exceptionally well qualified in order to deal with all of the responsibilities that are tied to those military and personnel decisions which have to be made, because there are 3.5 million service members, and there are hundreds of thousands of aircraft, of ships, of submarines, of combat vehicles, satellites, and the nuclear arsenal. And a variety of sources, including his own writings, implicate him with disregarding the laws of war, financial mismanagement, racist and sexist remarks about Americans in uniform, sexual assault, sexual harassment, and other very troubling issues. These are perilous times, and the position of Secretary of Defense demands a leader of unparalleled experience, wisdom, and above all else, character. The Secretary of Defense carries an immense responsibility, not only to the American people, but to the service members who they lead. If confirmed, Mr. Hegseth will have a responsibility to serve our service members in a manner that is fair and nonpartisan and responsible. And yet, Mr. Hegseth has demonstrated that he is incapable of doing so. He has said, this is a quote, "I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles," and he's opposed to transgender people serving in the military despite their willingness to serve and sacrifice for our country right now. He called reproductive justice absolutely and utterly meaningless in the military. He opposed Pentagon policies to help service members get reproductive care, including IVF, to start a family. These are American service members. I find Hegseth's record extremely alarming. He is nominated to lead an agency charged with defending American freedom abroad, yet he does not stand for freedom and dignity and respect for the service members of the United States of America in the military. Indeed, Mr. Hegseth's own writings and alleged conduct should disqualify him from holding any leadership position in the military, much less being confirmed as the Secretary of Defense for our nation. Donald Trump dared to impugn the legacy of the late Honorable Congressman John Lewis by saying, quote, John Lewis was all talk and no action. But then Trump nominates a Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who perpetuates the lie, the racism, that black military officers are only promoted because of their race. Tell that to Colin Powell. Tell that to Lloyd Austin, that they were only promoted because of their color. This is not just a failure of leadership. It is a moral crisis that strikes at the heart of who we are as a people. It is not enough to just oppose Trump's vision. And there are hundreds of thousands of women in the military right now. 19% of our military is African American. These are Hegseth's own words about this very high percentage of the members of our military right now. So the criticism of Hegseth is bipartisan. Senators from both sides of the aisle are opposed to this nomination. And if you didn't know anything else about him, if we didn't have any more hearings, if we didn't have any more documents, if we didn't have any other people coming forward, we already have enough evidence. Eye-watering detail sufficient to cast a no vote on the floor of the United States Senate on this nomination. And that's because the position of Secretary of Defense is a serious job. And we need someone who will bring their A game 24/7, 365 days a year, and Pete Hegseth is not that person. His lack of experience aside, he has not shown the necessary morality, sense, or judgment to be Secretary of Defense. Take the issue of nuclear weapons. Is this the person we want advising the president on whether or not he should launch a nuclear weapon against another country and possibly begin the end of life on Earth as we know it? The Secretary of Defense is a very important position. It puts him right at the heart of these nuclear decisions. This nomination is a joke. Are you kidding me? Pete Hegseth will be there helping to decide whether or not we launch nuclear weapons. And let's be clear, President Trump, as commander-in-chief, has the sole authority to order the launch of the U.S. nuclear arsenal. This is crazy on its face that one person can determine whether or not we start a nuclear war with no consultation with anyone else. That is just absolutely absurd on its face, because no one person, particularly not President Trump, should have that unilateral power to start nuclear war. I have just reintroduced my legislation with Congressman Ted Lieu in the House of Representatives to make it the policy of the United States that no president can use nuclear weapons first without the express approval of Congress if we have not been attacked with nuclear weapons. You've got to come to Congress. But that's not the law right now. It's just the president. And under the Constitution, Congress gets to declare war, not the president. But for now, President Trump has that power exclusively. At any time, for any reason, he can call over the military attaché with the nuclear football and call the war room at the Pentagon and give the order to launch. Trump does not have to consult with anyone, not Congress, not the Joint Chiefs of Staff, not the Secretary of Defense. But if President Trump did want to get a second opinion before starting a nuclear war which could end humanity, calling the Secretary of Defense would usually be a pretty good option in order to make that decision. Do we have any reason to believe that Pete Hegseth has any clue about nuclear weapons, on nuclear policy, on nuclear strategy? No, we do not. In fact, Mr. Hegseth's only qualification for this job that I can see is whether he will do whatever the president asks him to do. Pete Hegseth is a yes man. If President Trump calls Pete Hegseth at 2 a.m. in the morning and says, Pete, I'm about to start a nuclear war, even though we haven't been attacked with nuclear weapons, what will Pete Hegseth say? He will say, yes, sir. And so from this perspective, Mr. Hegseth is the worst possible choice to lead the Department of Defense. We need someone who can challenge the president's thinking, slow him down, curb his worst impulses, and give him sober, reasoned advice. And with Hegseth, that's not going to happen. There are other monumental decisions on nuclear policy that President Trump will need reasoned advice on that he is not likely to get from Pete Hegseth. During the campaign, Trump had just one clear proposal related to nuclear policy: to build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. Now, this is a throwback to former President Ronald Reagan's 1983 proposal called the Strategic Defense Initiative, also called Star Wars, to build a system of space and ground-based interceptors to make nuclear weapons impotent and obsolete. It made for great slogans, but after 40 years and some $400 billion, the technology is still not up to the challenge. If you try to scale up Iron Dome and cover a country the size of the United States against hundreds of Russian or Chinese long-range missiles, it just won't work. Trump could provoke a new arms race even without his Iron Dome on steroids. Trump's allies have called for the United States to build more nuclear weapons than Moscow and Beijing combined. This idea is popular among conservatives at the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025, but let's be clear, expanding the U.S. nuclear arsenal is a terrible idea. We need treaties that end the nuclear arms race. We don't need a nuclear arms race with AI making these weapons even more deadly, even more accurate. We need treaties. We need negotiations. We need to come together on the planet. That's what we should be talking about. Building more than we need is a waste of money, but it also makes the world more dangerous, not less dangerous, because it provokes a response from the other side. Second, guess what Moscow and Beijing will do if Washington suddenly builds more bombs? They will do the same. Third, a U.S. buildup would doom any chances of saving the U.S.-Russian arms reduction process. The last remaining treaty, New START, expires 1 year from now. And unless we replace that treaty, there will no longer be any legal limits on the United States or Russian warheads for the first time in 50 years. You hear what I said? No limits. We're in a new world now. For 50 years we've had limits on nuclear weapons. They'll all be gone in a year. And Trump's allies are also calling for the United States to resume the testing of nuclear weapons for the first time since 1992. We ended nuclear testing 3 decades ago and then signed the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty in 1996, banning all nuclear tests. We have conducted more nuclear tests, over 1,000, than all other nations combined. We have no need to test, but if we do, other nations will too, like Russia and China. And Beijing has only conducted 45 nuclear tests. We have conducted 1,000. Imagine how much China could learn if Trump gives it an excuse to resume testing, which China is not doing. The only state in the world today that is still conducting nuclear tests is North Korea. We should be pressuring Pyongyang to stop, not reopening this Pandora's box. So under Trump, we could see billions of dollars spent on long-range missile defenses that don't work, the end of arms control, and the start of a new nuclear arms race with Russia and China, and new nuclear testing, and all of this would make the world a more dangerous place and increase the risk of nuclear conflict. And if Trump asks Hegseth if he should do these dangerous things, the answer will be yes, and yes, and yes. That's where we're going to be. Now, there is some possible good news, too. Trump, not surprisingly, gets along well with Russian President Putin. They might end the war in Ukraine. If they do, that could open up a path to negotiate a treaty, to follow New START. And as President Trump said just this week, we want to see if we can denuclearize. And I think it's very possible. And I can tell you that President Putin, if he wanted to do it, we should take him up on it. We should see. We should move in that direction. And as for Mr. Hegseth, the last thing President Trump needs is a yes man for Secretary of Defense. And I'll just add one final issue as a national security threat. Climate change, which the Pentagon, which the Joint Chiefs of Staff have said over and over and over again, is a threat multiplier to our military and our ability to protect the world. It is a threat multiplier. Having a president who's a climate denier, coupled with a Secretary of Defense who is a climate denier, just ignores the reality of the world as it is unfolding in this climate era. The whole defense budget, $900 billion. Hurricane Milton and Helene in October and November, combined with the fires in Los Angeles right now, $500 billion of damage in 3 storms. That's half the entire defense budget for our country. We can't have a Secretary of Defense who doesn't believe that climate change is a threat multiplier to our military and to the security of the planet. We need someone there who can speak truth to power, the President of the United States. So I can't more strongly recommend a no vote on the floor of the Senate on this nomination. He is unqualified. His confirmation could be very dangerous to our nation. We need military personnel who respect the Secretary of Defense. We will have none of that with Pete Hegseth. So I very, very strongly recommend to this body that we vote no and tell the President to come back with someone who is worthy of this most important of all positions in his cabinet. And with that, I yield back. Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I doubt the presence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Mr. President.
The senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor to speak to some of the actions that President Trump has
Senator,
taken.
the Senate is in a quorum call.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be waived.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor this afternoon to speak to some of the actions that President Trump has taken just in his first 3 to 4 days, and speak to the nomination of Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense. President Trump was sworn in at noon on Tuesday, just down the hall a bit. As a candidate, he ran promising to help working men and women throughout the country. He talked about addressing their kitchen table issues. So let's take a quick look at some of the big actions that have been taken just in the last 4 days. One very serious action taken was pardoning the men and women who were convicted of bludgeoning and assaulting police officers in this Capitol on January 6, 2001. For those of us who were here that day, we will never forget. Because after losing that election, Donald Trump unleashed rioters on Capitol Hill, rampaging throughout the citadel of democracy, clubbing police officers with baseball bats and crushing them between doors. 140 law enforcement officers from the Capitol Police and the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police were injured that day. I remember their heroism, and I remember those who died in the days following those attacks. Mr. President, to pardon people who were convicted of assaulting and bloodying and bludgeoning police officers demonstrates contempt for the men and women who help protect us every day, not just here in the Capitol, but men and women in law enforcement throughout the country. As the Fraternal Order of Police and the, quote, allowing those convicted of these crimes to be released early diminishes accountability and devalues the sacrifices made by courageous law enforcement officers and their families. They go on to say that this leniency, quote, sends a dangerous message that the consequences of attacking law enforcement are not severe, potentially emboldening others to commit similar acts of violence, unquote. Simple result of this is to send a terrible message that if you assault police officers in the name of Donald Trump, he will be there to pardon you. Let's look at some of the other actions he's taken just in these first days back in the White House. He issued an executive order that rolls back initiatives to help reduce the costs of prescription drugs for more Americans. He's been laying the groundwork here on Capitol Hill for a huge new tax cut that will disproportionately benefit the super wealthy and the biggest corporations at the expense of other Americans. We heard him speak at that podium during his swearing in of the golden age. And sitting right behind him were the billionaire titans from the tech industry. He is going to deliver a golden age, an even more golden age, for those who are already very wealthy and for the biggest corporations, but it's not going to trickle down and help others. And we know that because we've seen this movie before. We saw Trump tax cuts 1.0. They promised that investments in businesses would go up. The idea being if you provide tax cuts to big corporations, they'll take the additional savings and they'll invest it in their businesses. Well, that's been looked at, and that didn't happen. What did go up were stock buybacks. engaged in by the corporations to further benefit their shareholders, many of them already very wealthy people. They promised that those savings would be used by corporations to increase wages. In fact, they said on average it would be $4,000 a worker. It just didn't happen. What went up were CEO bonuses. What else went up was the deficit and the debt. The claim that these would somehow pay for themselves was just once again a pure falsehood disproved by reality. So here we are embarking on 2.0, Trump tax cuts 2.0. Same story unfolding, although now we already hear our colleagues talking about how everybody else in America and many other millions of Americans are going to have to pay for the tax cuts for the folks at the very top. Just take a look at some of the proposals made by the chairman of the House Budget Committee, Republican member of Congress, talking about trillions of cuts in things like Medicaid, a very important health program that helps kids with disabilities, helps lower-income individuals, helps seniors in nursing homes, talking about cutting programs in food and nutrition programs. So everyone seems to be all in with President Trump on the idea of another round of tax cuts for the very rich, but they're going to ask everybody else in the country to pay for it. Let's look at something else the president did in this first 3 or 4 days. He issued an executive order called Schedule F. Well, what is Schedule F? In a nutshell, Schedule F is an attempt to convert our merit-based civil service into a political cronyism-based civil service. Since the late 1800s and the Pendleton Act, we've had a civil service based on merit. Civil servants, people who work for the federal government in regular ongoing positions, they have to pass the test, show they're qualified, that they're experienced, that they've got the know-how. It's what you know, not who you know. And what President Trump and his team are proposing in Schedule F is to convert that merit-based system into a politics-based system where you have a political litmus test, not for competence, but for your politics. I should point out that, of course, presidents are entitled to lots of people in their administration as political appointments. In fact, there are about 4,000 political appointments in our current system. Obviously, you have the secretaries of various departments. I'm going to talk about one of those in a minute. But you have the deputy secretaries, you have many assistant secretaries. So you have 4,000 political appointments already available to be made by President Trump. But that's not enough, apparently. They're talking about converting approximately about 16,000 additional positions that are currently merit-based systems, based on your qualifications, to political cronyism-based systems. That is a recipe for corruption. It's a recipe for reducing the quality of services to the American people from coast to coast. You do not want somebody who's chosen just because of who they know and who their politics are to be the people doing your food inspection or working on policy on all sorts of important things that impact the American people. And a lot of those positions will be at the Department of Defense. So I want to turn now to the nomination of Pete Hegseth to be the Secretary of Defense. Now, I mentioned that the presidents have the flexibility to appoint many political folks to positions in the U.S. government. But for the top ones, for the Secretary of Defense, for example, the founders of this country, those who wrote the Constitution, put a little bit of check and balance in that. They said the Senate has the right to advise and consent on those very top positions because those are incredibly consequential decisions, and we want people of good judgment and good character in those positions. And so that's what the Senate is engaged in right now, is a debate under the Advise and Consent Clause of the United States Constitution. And I think we all recognize that we're here at a very perilous moment in the world. We have Putin's war of aggression against Ukraine. Our allies are watching closely to know whether we're going to stand with the people of Ukraine. Other people are watching too. President Xi of China, he has one eye on what's happening in Ukraine as he has another eye on Taiwan. And we have huge challenges in the Indo-Pacific region. We have a very combustible Middle East with the malign actions that Iran continues to take. We have a very fragile ceasefire in Gaza with the return of hostages. If you look around the world, it is in a very, very sensitive and explosive moment. And we should keep that in mind as we decide whether we're going to provide advice and consent to Pete Hegseth for Secretary of Defense, somebody who will be overseeing 3.4 million service members and employees, someone who will be second to the president in making decisions on the operation of our nuclear forces, someone who will oversee what represents over half of the entire discretionary budget of the United States of America, $850 billion. So in this moment, it's especially important that we look at his qualifications, because what we don't want is somebody who's untested and incompetent and someone of low character running the Defense Department in the highest position of that department. And yet, as we've heard from ample testimony, that's exactly what will happen if Pete Hegseth is confirmed to be Secretary of Defense. As our colleague, Senator Reid of Rhode Island, the ranking member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, someone who served in the 82nd Airborne, has said, service members with Mr. Hegseth's record would be disqualified, not just from the highest position of the Defense Department, but any position in the military. And yet, this Secretary of Defense would be overseeing all of those men and women who we ask to uphold the highest tradition and values of our country. And yet the person who would be in charge, if confirmed, would be somebody who would be disqualified from being one of them. That is a terrible message to send. Let's take a look at the record on management as well as the personal conduct of the person that President Trump has nominated to be head of the Defense Department, Mr. Hegseth. He led 2 veterans organizations and, based on the testimony, in both cases engaged in financial mismanagement and wasteful spending. When managing a budget of under $10 million, he repeatedly overspent until the organization was on the edge of bankruptcy. In his next leadership role, he continued to overspend, including on social events and excessive drinking. His successor in that position was told, and I quote, "Among the staff, the disgust for Pete was pretty high. Most veterans do not think he represents them, nor their highest standard of excellence," unquote. He was told that funds that had been used to fund Mr. Hegseth's partying and drinking, as well as his use of work events to, quote, hook up with women on the road, unquote. Mr. Hegseth has a disturbing history of sexual harassment. In 2017, he was credibly accused of raping a woman in a California hotel room. We learned yesterday that Mr. Hegseth paid the woman $50,000 to prevent her from talking about the assault. We also know that he failed to disclose that information to the transition team, attempting to keep it secret. we can understand why he didn't want the American people and the Senate to know that. So, Mr. President, I really wonder how the Senate could possibly confirm Mr. Hegseth for an entry-level security clearance, let alone the enormous responsibility of leading the Department of Defense and the men and women who serve there. Let's take a look at another aspect of Mr. Hegseth's record, because whoever is Secretary of Defense has to understand that they represent the great American military, every single person in it, regardless of background, regardless of religion, regardless of race, regardless of sexual orientation. That is their job. They all bleed red. They're all out there fighting for the United States of America. They've all sworn to defend our country. And yet, if you look at his statements, it's very clear that he believes military service is for some, but not all Americans who want to serve. His remarks are centered on disparaging women, people in the LGBT community, and Muslim Americans. Let's look at the women serving in the military. He has said, and I quote, "I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles," unquote. Now, I watched some of the hearing. I saw him try to wiggle out of statements that he had made very clearly, like this one I just read. And frankly, nobody should be fooled by this 11th hour conversion as he seeks to be confirmed by the United States Senate. He said what he said, and it was actually part of a pattern when it came to women serving in the military. In his 2024 book called The War on Warriors, Mr. Hegseth criticized both the Don't Ask, Don't Tell, as well as its repeal, writing that these policies are just part of a social justice agenda. I would say to those men and women who are serving in our military, who have been condemned and criticized by Mr. Hegseth, we all thank you for your service. Most of us thank you for your service. In his 2020 book, American Crusade, Mr. Hegseth portrays contemporary cultural and political conflicts in the United States. He portrays them as part of the Crusades, and frames, quote, Islamism and Muslim immigration as existential threats to American society. Again, we have a military comprised of people of all different faiths. They've all sworn an oath to defend this country. And we should not have a Secretary of Defense that maligns a big group based on their faith and engages in that kind of bigotry. And yet, in 2015, a former employee reported that Hegseth chanted, quote, "Kill all Muslims," unquote, and then said, "in a drunk and violent manner." He said that. So, Mr. President, these are just some examples of the words and conduct of the person that we are considering to be Secretary of Defense for all the men and women who serve in our armed forces and in the Pentagon. And we should not want any member of our military to be fearful of the person who's leading them. And yet, if you're fall into one of these groups, or even if you're not, you should be very scared about what he has said, maligning certain Americans and trying to pit people against each other based on faith, based on gender, based on sexual orientation. Mr. President, I want to turn to one other category of important issues that we would think, I hope we would think, should be upheld by a Secretary of Defense. Mr. Hegseth has lacked moral clarity and expertise about lots of elements of the military and war, including the laws of armed conflict. And his comments suggest that he does not believe that the United States Armed Forces should follow the laws of war. One of the very important principles we instill in our professional U.S. military is the importance of following the laws of war. And yet Mr. Hegseth has lobbied for pardons of military members who were turned in based on testimony of their peers for illegal behavior and convicted by military courts. He defended military contractors convicted of war crimes, including killing 14 unarmed Iraqi citizens without cause, just for fun, just because they thought they could get away with it. He has repeatedly mocked the laws of armed conflict and expressed unequivocal support for service members who have been convicted of war crimes. In his book, so-called The War on Warriors, he writes, and I quote, "Should we follow the Geneva Conventions? Aren't we just better off in winning our wars according to our own rules?" Mr. President, former colleague of ours, and a great American hero, Senator McCain, would be turning in his grave to hear these kind of comments. I want to read what Senator McCain said about the importance of the laws of war. Quote, "War is wretched beyond description, and only a fool or a fraud could sentimentalize its cruel reality. The Geneva Conventions and the Red Cross were created in response to the stark recognition of the true horrors of unbounded war, and I thank God for that. I am thankful for those whose dignity, health, and lives have been protected by the conventions." Senator John McCain in 1999. Hegseth, 2025. Let's just get rid of those rules of war, put in place because of the hard-earned lessons of, as Senator McCain said, the wretchedness of war. Mr. Hegseth has also talked about going back to days of illegal waterboarding and ignoring the Geneva Convention and other rules when it comes to torture and interrogation, saying that we should, again, as he said, just sort of ignore those rules, do our own thing. Here's what Senator McCain said about that when it was debated here in the United States Senate. "I know from personal experience," Senator McCain said, "that the abuse of prisoners will produce more bad than good intelligence. I know that victims of torture will offer intentionally misleading information if they think their captors will believe it. I know they will say whatever they think their torturers want them to say if they believe it will stop their suffering. Most of all, I know the use of torture compromises that which most distinguishes us from our enemies, our belief that all people, even captured enemies, possess basic human rights, which are protected by international conventions the United States not only joined, but for the most part authored," unquote, Senator McCain. Now, I know that President Trump disdains that great American hero, Senator McCain. In fact, here's what candidate Trump said back in 2015, quote, "He's not a war hero. He was a war hero because he was captured. I like people who weren't captured," unquote, says somebody who never served in the military. Colleagues, I urge us to apply the standards that Senator McCain would apply. I urge us to listen to our colleague Jack Reed, who served in the 82nd Airborne and has with great diligence, serves as the ranking member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. I would ask our colleagues, based on this record of personal misconduct, financial mismanagement, Pete Hegseth's disregard for many men and women who serve in the military based on his own statements, and his contempt for the rules of war that John McCain so eloquently upheld. So when it comes to this senator, I hope other senators, when it comes to providing advice and consent as part of our constitutional duty under the Constitution and balance of powers, I will withhold my consent, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on the nomination of Pete Hegseth to serve as the Secretary of Defense. And I yield the floor.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, when I came out of graduate school, I was hired by Secretary Weinberger as a presidential management intern, now called PMFs, Presidential Management Fellows. 5 of us who were brought in to do a series of rotations to bring, well, an injection of policy determination to the conversation in the Secretary of Defense's office. And it was really quite an enlightening experience. My first assignment involved being desk officer for Jordan at the Defense Security Assistance Agency, because the desk officer who worked for both Jordan and Lebanon had to pay a lot more attention to Lebanon because we had the horrific bombing of the Marines in the tower. And then there was an argument inside the defense establishment about how to keep Russia from going forward at a faster pace technologically. And the research and development side said, if you classify everything, you will slow us down and Russia will catch up. And the policy said, unless we classify everything, the Russians will steal so much, they'll speed up and catch up. And there's this fundamental difference of opinion about how to control technology in order to maintain our technological lead over Russia. And I was asked to set up a steering committee and bring both parties to the table to try to work out where they could work together and try to resolve their differences. And in the course of things, I was drafted to become a programmer, to do computer studies of survivability related to what strategies with our strategic forces would decrease the risk of nuclear war happening, what would strengthen deterrence, and then on to a service at NATO, and then to R&D budgeting cycle, where I learned many of the budget games the Defense Department employs in order to get a whole lot of money that seems to be never accounted for. In fact, it's become universally recognized the Defense Department can never pass a budget, can never pass a budget test, that is an audit, because they don't track anything very closely, and there's just all kinds of loose ends left. And year after year, Democrats and Republicans have set up and said, audit the Secretary of Defense, audit the Defense Department, we want to know where our funds go. And here we are decades and decades later, and we still have that same problem. No, it was a valuable several years that led then to me working for Congress on strategic nuclear issues. And the decade of NAs, we saw some real advances in our security. We saw some real advances in terms of the stability of the nuclear dynamic within the Soviet Union. And in fact, the folks who put together the doomsday clock, which was very close to midnight when I started working on defense issues, was turned back some 13 or 15 minutes from midnight by the late 1980s because of a series of agreements and policies and force changes that had been worked out over the 80s. The Defense Department is massive. It's massive. an annual budget of about $850 billion, 3.4 million people working for it, 2.5 million service members, 900,000 civilians. It's massive, it's complicated. But what experience does Mr. Hegseth bring? He ran 2 little micro nonprofits, and he ran them into the ground. He had documented problems with drinking on the job. He had credible and repeated accusations of sexual assault. He showed disrespect for female service members and diverse service members, including the current, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Brown. What? This man who couldn't manage his way out of a paper bag? Who mismanaged the enterprises undertaken? That's the man we're going to confirm to run the U.S. military that has massive needs for reform. Now, is this man some expert in military strategy? No. Is he some esteemed driver of the new technology of war with drones? No. Did he have diverse experiences inside the Defense Department that gave him many perspectives about the incredible sections of the Defense Department that deal with so many different issues? No. No. So why? Why are we having this conversation? What has happened to the idea of credible leadership? Well, I can tell you what happened. The President of the United States, President Trump, said, "Do what I want or I'll primary you." And now we have a bunch of folks across the aisle that are not doing their job under the Constitution. The Constitution says that it's our responsibility to advise and consent, to vet nominees, and to make sure they're qualified before they take these positions. So I say to my colleagues, stop shaking and shivering under the aura of an authoritarian president and do your job. And your job is to say no, because this man is not qualified. He did not even tell President-elect Trump about all the accusations made against him. If he could not tell President Trump the truth before he's serving and before President Trump is President Trump, how will he be able to stand up for the truth and say what needs to be said after President Trump is in office and he's Secretary of Defense? The Department of Defense has failed 7 audits in a row. The Secretary of Defense must be able to get the department on track to pass an audit. It's mandated by Congress. It's been mandated before, they still fail year after year. But both sides say it should happen. We should put some teeth into that. But I'll tell you, putting a man who can't manage a tiny nonprofit isn't going to get the job done. They ran up enormous debt. And by 2008, the financial records show they were unable to pay their creditors. Irresponsible in the max. Now, I know running a small nonprofit is hard. I was the director of an affiliate of Habitat for Humanity. Then I ran the housing division of another nonprofit that developed affordable housing. And then I was president of the World Affairs Council and had the managerial responsibilities. And it was tough, making sure we hit payroll each month, making sure we raised more money for the aspirations we had for those organizations. It was hard work. I worried about it all the time, but we always met payroll. We always advanced in our mission. Maybe if we're going to hire somebody from a small nonprofit to run a gigantic organization, we ought to at least know that they could run the small organization before they get promoted to running an organization with millions of people and the better part of $1 trillion in its budget. A Republican strategist who worked with him at that organization said, quote, "I don't know how he's going to run an organization with $857 billion budget and 3 million individuals." On more than a dozen occasions, Mr. Hegseth's Fox News colleagues report smelling alcohol on him before he went on air, including just a couple months ago. Former employees of the nonprofit he ran report him being drunk on the job and having to be carried out of events. That's the person we want running the Department of Defense? A former employee noted in a letter of complaint that after Mr. Hegseth was drunkenly chanting, kill all Muslims," at a bar while on a work trip. You know, we have many faiths serving us in the defense of this country because we are a multi-faith nation. Having a person who advocates for killing people of a particular religious faith is not acceptable to run the Department of Defense. No, he said, "Oh, well, I'll reform. I've broken the rules on drinking before, but I'll reform." How many times have you heard that from people who are, well, they have an addiction. They try to reform. Maybe they make it for a little while, but in the end, they relapse. Shall we put that risk upon the security of the United States of America? You know, we used to have a more responsible attitude here in the Senate. In 1989, when President George H.W. Bush nominated John Tower, an FBI investigation revealed that he was a drunk and a womanizer. And Mr. Tower pledged not to drink any alcoholic beverages during his time as Secretary of Defense, just as Mr. Hegseth has. And then the Senate weighed the risk of putting somebody with an addiction in charge of the Department of Defense and rejected his nomination. It is an insult to the service members of the United States of America to put a man with an addiction in charge of them. It is irresponsible to the security of the nation and all civilians of this nation. The Department of Defense struggles with high levels of sexual assault of female service members. So a person who has been involved in numerous incidents of misbehavior on the issue of treating women isn't the right person to have as the Secretary of Defense. In 2023, the year I have numbers for, 29,000 active duty troops reported experiencing unwanted sexual contact. Now, Mr. Hegseth has been accused of sexual assault. He paid the accuser $50,000 in a settlement. It took place in 2017 after a speaking appearance at a Republican women's event in Monterey, California. No charges were filed. But this, in combination with multiple other reports of his treatment, accusations of mistreatment of women, means he's the wrong person to have at an organization in which women provide enormously valuable contributions. During his time at the head of a veterans organization, the employees report that Mr. Hegseth sexually, I quote, sexually pursued the organization's female staffers. It's not like this was one misunderstood event somewhere in his way past life. Women are 18% of our active duty service members, but Mr. Hegseth dismisses them. We need moms, but not in the military, especially not in combat units. And went on to say, I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles. It hasn't made us more effective, hasn't made us more lethal, it has made fighting more complicated. And he's wrong on every point. Women in combat roles have helped fill out ranks. We do have a volunteer army. We do recruit to get the staff we need in the military. in order to be able to operate the weapon systems and the communication systems and the supply systems and the repair systems, all of it. They work in every role, valuable, valuable contributors. We should not put a person at the head of our Department of Defense who somehow thinks half the jobs in the world can only be done by men, because it's wrong and because it undermines the effectiveness of the military providing security. He also doesn't like minorities. Well, minority groups comprise 30% of service members. I don't care what color of skin you have. I do care if you work hard as a member of the military to support the security of this nation, and people of every race are a valuable part of our military. And a man who thinks the color of your skin controls the content of your character and the ability and talents that you possess doesn't belong as the head of the military. He has said the dumbest phrase on planet Earth is that diversity is our strength. Well, you take away the diversity in our service, and you'll soon see that our diverse service members are invaluable, and a person who doesn't understand that should never be confirmed. That is our job. Our job under the Constitution is to say, Mr. President, sometimes presidents get it wrong. Maybe it's for political reasons. Maybe you woke up and didn't know all the background of the person. But we have to vet them, and we have to help make sure your executive branch is successful. That's our job. You're not helping President Trump by voting for a man totally unqualified, the most unqualified man who could be found in America to head the Department of Defense. Mr. Hegseth says, I told my platoon they could ignore directives limiting when they can shoot. A person who violates the directives in the military doesn't belong running the military. There is a strong command structure in the military, and it includes how you behave in certain situations that are crucial to the security of this nation. But he did not understand that. He has argued that U.S. forces should ignore the Geneva Conventions and other elements of international law governing the conduct of war. As my colleague from Maryland was just talking about and reciting the wisdom of John McCain, saying how the Geneva Conventions and the rules on torture serve us well because you get misinformation when you torture people, and you get Americans tortured when they're captured if we're torturing people. So a man who believes in torturing people doesn't understand how to get accurate information and is putting our own service members at risk when they are captured. Why would any member of this body so disrespect the service members of the United States of America as to put this man in charge? I was honored to work for Secretary Weinberger. I believed that the world was at great risk of the possibility of nuclear war, and that's the issue I focused on in my time there and then my time working for Congress. There is nothing I saw during my time in the Pentagon that equals this level of failure to protect and defend the United States of America. I did not see people put into command who talked about killing members who were of a different religion than they were. I did not hear people talking about how women should not even be there, or how diversity was a problem rather than a strength. I saw earnest people working hard together, people who had served in Vietnam together. Many of the folks that I served with during those 2 years in my role as a civilian being hired in to work with Secretary Weinberger, they had served in Vietnam. The war had ended by the time I reached draft age. I so respected the service that they had given and their dedication to the security of this country. And if you are dedicated to the security of this country, if you respect the service members in the United States of America, then do not give them a boss who is the wrong fit in every way possible. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you. We're here discussing the nomination of the next potential Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. And of course, that job, as we all know, is probably the second most difficult job in the country. He presides over the welfare of 3.4 million people in active service, in active reserve, all around the world. He presides over a budget of $850 billion. The person who has that position has to be a preeminent strategic thinker. How do we modernize our Navy? How do we recruit in the modern world? How do we maintain force preparedness? How do we cement strategic alliances? It's a job that you can't just show up and start doing. There has to be behind it a lifetime experience that gives you some capacity to be able to do all these things and respond to the emergencies that inevitably arise when you get that phone call at 3 in the morning. There's been a lot of discussion by my colleagues about the lack of experience of Mr. Hegseth. I share that concern. There's been a lot of discussion about his views on women in the military. Our own distinguished Senator Tammy Duckworth is the most preeminent example of the capacity of women to serve effectively and bravely. Mr. Hegseth is repudiated his well-founded and long-standing view that he's against women in the military. Frankly, it sounds to me like a nomination eve consideration. I'm speaking, of course, to you, Mr. President. I really respect the military service that you've provided to our country. But the big concern I have about him, in addition to the character issues, the experience issues, the drinking issues, and by the way, I'm puzzled at his assertion that if he gets the job, he'll stop drinking. Why wait? But here's the concern I have. Unlike you, Mr. President, I did not serve in the military. My draft lottery number was high. This is during Vietnam, and I wasn't drafted. Many of my college classmates were. They served in Vietnam. Some of them came home injured. Some did not come home. And I think about them every day and how it is that they served. Some were badly injured. and some died. But when I think about the situation most Americans are in, most of us didn't serve. But all of us who didn't serve are so indebted to those who did. My high school classmates, the young people I see now volunteering to go into the military. So we, as Americans, have a profound obligation to honor the service of those who volunteer to respond to the call of the commander-in-chief who says, you're going to be deployed. They don't know where, they're not involved in the discussion whether, they're not involved in a discussion when. They show up. And our democracy so profoundly depends on the idealism of young people who are willing to subject themselves to the decisions of the commander-in-chief. And I believe, Mr. President, that every one of us here who's involved in the decisions about authorizing the use of military force have an absolutely profound obligation to do that with care, because the folks who are going to do the work and be in harm's way are going to be there because we sent them there. So it's why I've been so insistent, as many of us here, that we have to have a good VA. We have to have medical care for our soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines. But what we need, too, is a Secretary of Defense who honors that idealism of these young Americans who decide to enlist. And that idealism is born in a sense of common commitment, a sense of wanting to do something for the common good. And it's also to live by the code of military conduct. There is great honor in our services. And those men and women who I so admire know they may have to use lethal force to defend our values, to defend our country, to protect their fellow soldiers. But they know there's limits. And they use it when they must, but never more than that. And by the way, that is asking a lot of our soldiers to be restrained when they're in a combat zone and can be killed themselves. So what distresses me so much about Mr. Hegseth is how he used his very powerful forum on Fox TV, in my view, to dishonor the soldiers who acted with restraint, in valor, and integrity by taking up the cause of some of our soldiers. There's not many of them, but they do exist, who killed people, who use violence, not in furtherance of our defense, but for their own reasons. And I'm speaking about Mr. Lawrence. Clint Lawrence was a soldier. He was sent in 2012 as a new commander without combat experience to lead a platoon of young soldiers that were deployed to Afghanistan with the mission of defeating the local Taliban and winning over the area's population. Incredibly hard task. But one day, for reasons Mr. Lawrence, then soldier Lawrence, knew, he threatened to kill a farmer and his son, a 3 or 4 year old boy. And a day later, he ordered his men to shoot within inches of unarmed villagers. That was including near children. And he said, "It's funny watching the villagers dance." Mr. Lawrence's men, who were the honorable brave. I'm willing to be in harm's way. I'm willing to act like a warrior, but I'm not ever willing to kill indiscriminately. They balked at his orders. And you know how hard that is to do if you're a soldier, when you're given an order, even if you know it's the wrong order. Then they were told to make false reports about taking fire from a village to justify this conduct, and they refused to do it. The next day, Lawrence ordered fire on unarmed Afghans over 100 yards from the platoon. They were killed. He radioed in a false report claiming the bodies couldn't be reached. The people I honor are the people under his command who refused to take those orders. The people I honor are soldiers whose bravery extends not just to putting their own physical well-being in harm's way, but who maintain that commitment to the ideals of the military code of conduct that gives us the standing and legitimacy that is so important to our well-being. So my problem is this. I want a Secretary of Defense who's as good as the soldiers he leads. Mr. Hegseth, in my view, fails to meet that standard. I yield back.
Senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, I rise today because it's inevitable that at some point in the near future, President Trump will have to convene his national security team in the Situation Room at the White House in response to a global crisis, whether in Ukraine or the Taiwan Strait or some other hotspot. The Situation Room is a room that I've had the privilege of working in as a staff on the White House National Security Council. It's a room where the most consequential decisions are made, where the safety and security of our country is decided, where the lives of people are determined. But who will be in the room with the president, advising the president during these difficult and stressful times? As the president sits at the end of the table, flanking him are some of the most senior advisors. One of them closest to him will be the Secretary of Defense. Mr. President, I rise today because I know the importance of that role in that room. I've seen what it means for the president to turn to the Secretary of Defense for counsel. In fact, I even worked at the Pentagon in the office of the Secretary of Defense. I've seen the massive operation that the Secretary needs to lead every day and what it takes. And I've seen the readiness necessary for the Secretary of Defense to turn to the president and provide the right recommendations for America's national security. Now, I have seen Mr. Pete Hegseth make his case. I've seen his answers in front of the Senate Armed Services Committee. I've seen the reports. I can say from my experience in the Secretary of Defense's office, as well as in the Situation Room, that Mr. Hegseth's appointment is an unnecessary risk in a dangerous global moment. Now, I get it. President Trump wants to be a disruptor. He wants to bring in people who are going to shake up the system. He wants people who represent a change from the status quo. I'm sure a number of us here in the Senate would like to see some changes at the Pentagon, changes on how things have done, understanding that the status quo is not something we can lean on. We certainly have disagreements on how best to add certainty and stability to the world that seems to be off the rails in this moment. But there is talking about change, and there is actually having the skills and the capacity to implement change. The Department of Defense is our largest employer in our government, and one that requires critical leadership. Let's look at the world that Mr. Hegseth would inherit as Secretary of Defense, the world that President Trump will ask him about in the Situation Room. On Ukraine, it's clear that Mr. Hegseth simply doesn't know his history. During his nomination hearing, he called Russia's 2014 invasion of Crimea a, quote, minor incursion. He has also downplayed the threat that Putin's Russia poses to our NATO allies. On China, Mr. Hegseth demonstrated a lack of depth of knowledge when asked by Senator Duckworth to name the importance of at least one of the ASEAN countries and the type of agreement we have with them. He could not name one. These countries include multiple treaty allies, are on the front lines of our competition with China. Multiple ASEAN members are locked in territorial disputes with China. This is a critical partner, so much that the Department of Defense 2 months ago released a strategic document called, quote, U.S. Department of Defense Vision Statement for a Prosperous and Secure Southeast Asia that was centered on ASEAN and even mentioned that, quote, the United States has worked closely with ASEAN on defense and security in the Indo-Pacific region since former Defense Secretary Robert Gates attended the inaugural ASEAN Defense Ministers meeting in 2010. And it goes on to say that the U.S. Secretary of Defense has attended and supported ASEAN at every single one of those gatherings ever since. In a moment where these disputes could easily flare up to conflict, the president needs a secretary by his side who doesn't draw a blank on questions about our allies. And on the Middle East, Mr. Hegseth remarked that ISIS was, quote, raging across Iraq when President Trump was first sworn in to office in 2017 was simply not reflective of the reality on the ground at the time. Combined, that lack of knowledge and qualifications alone should disqualify Mr. Hegseth from this role. But there is a more qualifying factor, which is his character. Now, there's been a lot said about this already in terms of personal challenges and behavior, so I'll leave it at this. Someone who is being asked to lead millions of uniformed and civilian personnel, his statements on women and transgender service members are simply unacceptable. Claiming that standards have been lowered for women and that allowing LGBT Americans to serve in the military is somehow part of a Marxist agenda is beyond offensive. It's absurd. And it's far beneath the person that is supposed to be setting the standard and serving as a leader for the men and women who have dedicated themselves to protecting this country. Mr. President, I've said before that every president, including President Trump, has the prerogative to choose the people that sit at that table with him in the Situation Room. But our job here in the Senate is to make sure that those people have the competence and the character to serve our country. This is not a reality TV show. This is real life, and there are real lives at stake. Mr. Hegseth should be recognized for his service, but he should not be Secretary of Defense. And if that is not enough, we are voting also to approve someone to be the sixth in line of presidential succession. Is Mr. Hegseth ready for either of these distinctions? The answer for me is no. For the sake of our country and our national security, I encourage my colleagues who want to support this president to oppose this nomination and bring forth another nominee more qualified for the role, more ready for the role. I encourage my colleagues who want to deliver change to oppose this nomination, bring forth another nominee with the experience and credibility to deliver it. And I encourage my colleagues who want to make our country safe, who want to make our world a more stable place, and who want to leave a legacy of peace and strength to oppose this nomination and bring us a nominee ready to deliver for the American people. And I urge a vote no on Pete Hegseth for Secretary of Defense. And I'll yield back. Mr. President?
Senator from New Jersey.
I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll call. Thank you.
Ms. Alsor Brooks.
Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I request we suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'm concerned that soon the United States Senate might confirm the most unprepared nominee to lead the Department of Defense that has ever been put forward. I look at every nominee based on whether they're qualified and committed to do the job. It's how I evaluated nominees from the last president, and it's how I'm evaluating nominees from this president. And I approach each person with an open mind. It's our responsibility to make sure the folks we consider are ready to do these jobs for the American people. But this one, the Secretary of Defense, it's especially important. Outside of the presidency, it might be the biggest job in the country. It's almost impossible to imagine the scale of it. You've got about 3 million people working for you. You're the civilian leader at the top of a massive operation that includes every single soldier, sailor, guardian, airman, Marine, and civilian contractor and employee. These folks are spread out across hundreds of military installations in dozens of countries. So it's basically the toughest management job in the world. You're also responsible for overseeing a budget that exceeds $850 billion every single year. So it's one of the most complicated budget management jobs in the world as well. You're overseeing some of the most complicated weapon systems and defense programs that exist. Some of these are multi-billion-dollar projects that happen over the course of years to develop, test, and field. It's also one of the most demanding policy and program implementation jobs. Now, not every Secretary of Defense nominee checks the box for each of those qualifications. It's impossible for us to expect that. The job is too big. But what is clear to me at the end of this process is that Mr. Hegseth does not check any of the boxes. I appreciate his service in the United States Army and his service to this country, especially in combat. But that is not a requirement for this role. During his career in the Guard and Reserve, Mr. Hegseth did not rise to a command position where he would learn the management, joint forces operations, logistics, and other skills that are relevant to fill this job. In his civilian roles, he has led 2 veterans organizations, neither of which were larger than about 50 people. And he spent 7 years as a TV host. Normally, this would be the end of the conversation. Normally, it would be clear to every single person in this chamber that this is not someone ready to do this job. Now, I understand the case for his nomination is in part because he's an outsider. I get that he can shake things up. I'm not opposed to that. The Pentagon needs to be leaner. It needs to move more quickly and be willing to lose things that aren't working and adopt things that will work. Having someone who isn't beholden to the current way of doing things, that's exciting. My concern is not that Mr. Hegseth is going to succeed in whipping the Pentagon into shape. My concern is that he'd fail. Given his lack of experience, it's much more likely that the bureaucracy is going to crush Mr. Hegseth then he is going to crush the bureaucracy. Because it's not just that Mr. Hegseth is unprepared for this role. The experience he does have is riddled with serious issues that should concern us all. During his time leading two veterans organizations, he was accused of financial mismanagement. In 2009, after just about 2 years leading a group called Vets for Freedom, it's been reported that forensic accountants found the organization had about $1,000 in the bank, more than $400,000 in unpaid bills, and $75,000 in credit card debt. Mr. Hegseth wants to get the Pentagon to finally pass an audit, yet the much smaller organization he led could not do the same. During his time leading Concerned Veterans for America, the organization was forced to reach a financial settlement with a female employee who accused a male colleague of trying to sexually assault her. The woman was reportedly ostracized and faced reprisals in the workplace after that settlement. For a department that is working to address sexual assault and harassment, what would it say to confirm someone who has already fostered environments where these are an issue? It's also been reported that he frequently abused alcohol, getting drunk in front of his staff and in public. I want to remind folks of some of these incidents. Memorial Day 2014, CVA event in Virginia Beach. Hegseth needed to be carried out of the event. Summer 2014 in Cleveland, drunk in public with the CVA team. November 2014, Get Out the Vote event in North Carolina. Hegseth got drunk with 3 young female staff members. CVA has had instituted a no alcohol policy at its events in October. This was 1 month later. But Mr. Hegseth and another manager lifted the policy. December 2014, at the CVA Christmas party at the Grand Hyatt in this city, Washington, D.C., Hegseth was noticeably intoxicated and had to be carried up to his room. Another time, a CVA staffer stated that Hegseth passed out in the back of a party bus. On May 29, 2015, a now former CVA employee sent a complaint letter to management that Hegseth was chanting, this is a quote, his quote, "kill all Muslims," at a bar in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, in a drunk and violent manner. While at Fox News, October 2017, following his dinner speech at the California Federation of Republican Women's 40th Biennial Convention in Monterey, California, Hegseth was reportedly engaged in a loud argument by the pool and was very intoxicated. Fox News employees have reported that after a St. Patrick's Day segment on St. Patrick's Day, after being on TV, Hegseth drank several beers that had been sitting out for hours. These employees also noted that the segment finished before 10 a.m., and they were shocked at Hegseth's behavior. One current and 2 former Fox News employees told NBC News that they felt that they had to babysit Hegseth to mitigate the effects of his drinking. This is a quote, "We'd have to call him to make sure he didn't oversleep because we knew that he would be out partying the night before." 2 Fox employees, current or former, said that on more than a dozen occasions during Hegseth's time as a co-host on Fox and Friends Weekend, which began in 2017, they smelled alcohol on him before he went on air. That was in the morning. Those same 2 people, plus another, said that during his time there, he appeared on television after they'd heard him talk about being hungover as he was getting ready or on set. Fall of 2024, one Fox employee said they heard him complain about being hungover. November 2024, one Fox employee said they smelled alcohol on him as recently as this past November, 3 months ago. During his confirmation hearing, I gave Mr. Hegseth the opportunity to answer for a number of these incidents. I asked him point blank, are these true or false? He had the opportunity to say these things did not happen, or to explain how he is prepared to account for them, and how he won't repeat this concerning behavior as Secretary of Defense. He wouldn't answer, with one notable exception. I asked him about reports that in 2014 he was drunk at a strip club with staff in Louisiana. He replied to me, absolutely not. He specifically denied that incident. He was prepared to say that one, but only that one didn't happen. But the rest of these incidents, well, he would not deny them. Instead, he called them anonymous smears. Well, first of all, they are not all anonymous. The committee has had access to sworn affidavits from individuals who witnessed this behavior firsthand. This confirmation process was rushed. The FBI background check, which the entire committee was never given access to, was clearly inadequate and had to be updated multiple times. And despite repeated efforts, Mr. Hegseth has refused to meet with me and many others on the committee in private to discuss these concerns further. But beyond all of that, it defies belief that this behavior does not represent a pattern. The incidents listed earlier, they stretch out across a decade. These are individuals who worked with him across 3 different organizations. And in each place, these people witnessed him abuse alcohol. It is obvious to anyone willing to see it that this is a pattern. And let us be clear, these are not smears. If Mr. Hegseth were a private citizen, these issues with alcohol would only be a concern for those around him. But when you're nominated to be Secretary of Defense, it's a concern for all of us, each and every American. This is not a job where you clock in at the beginning of the day and clock out at the end of the day. You have to be able to move seamlessly between advising the President on matters of national security, sitting with foreign leaders to hammer out agreements, and discussing complex weapons systems with your staff. And that might just be in the afternoon. Some of these things might happen on a plane across an ocean on a week-long trip, or during a phone call that comes late at night with quick decisions that affect the lives of our service members. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, Robert McNamara was briefed at midnight about the first photographs from U-2 spy planes showing the likelihood of Soviet ballistic missile sites in Cuba. The same has likely happened when North Korea has tested ballistic missiles that could threaten Guam or our allies. This is a demanding job for anyone. It is a concerning job for someone with Mr. Hegseth's track record. So as the Senate moves towards a final confirmation vote on this nominee, Mr. Hegseth, here is what I want to ask my colleagues. Are you sure? Are you sure that you trust him with this job? Are you sure there isn't another individual the president could choose who could pursue the same goals, but is better prepared to do this job? Are you sure it's worth the risk to our service members, to our national security, and to your families? I know I'm not. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, anyone who's tried to buy a carton of eggs at the grocery store lately has probably seen a sign on the empty shelves saying there is a national shortage of eggs because of the bird flu. And the reason that notices like this exist is because the Department of Health and Human Services tracks disease outbreaks around the clock and notifies the public in real time. And of course, we take that for granted. We should take that for granted. It's the kind of thing that the government just does and that we normally don't argue about. There are lots of things for us to argue about, but whether or not the government should tell us if there's a public health problem has never been something that we've argued about. We take it for granted, but it's an invaluable service that keeps the public safe and healthy, which is why it was so bizarre that in one of his first acts as president, Donald Trump suspended all communications from HHS, health advisories, scientific reports, updates on the website, all of it. Now, what is that supposed to do other than keep people from getting the information that they need to keep their families healthy? This is about being able to know if a certain kind of meat or vegetable has been contaminated and staying away from it. For instance, when there was an E. coli outbreak at McDonald's last year, the FDA immediately sent out an alert, which the press picked up on and warned the public about. Those communications are paused. Cucumbers at Costco was another example. E. coli at McDonald's, and I don't mean to pick on these particular companies. Lots of retail operations have their various public health problems. And I understand elections have consequences, right? And it is within the scope of a new administration. It is reasonable for them to kind of take a look at all public policy and implement their own public policy. But look, this is a little nuts. And I'm assuming that there was a person in the White House, or in the transition team, writing up a bunch of executive orders and thinking through an ideological lens or even like an electoral lens. Fair enough. And they wanted to have a bunch of executive orders ready to roll. And so day one, boom, nothing coming out of HHS. But the problem is that this isn't partisan. This isn't what people thought they were voting for. And this really could jeopardize the public health. And so the resolution I'm introducing and asking for unanimous consent on is very simple. It reaffirms the very basic belief that people deserve to have timely and accurate information relevant to their health and well-being. We're not arguing about a COVID response, right? We just want to know if there's a problem in what you're about to eat. And suspending those communications has nothing to do with party. It has to do with keeping everybody safe. And so if there is a problem during this pause, the Department of Health and Human Services will not communicate to the public about it. And so, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of my resolution at the desk. Further, that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? The senator from Florida.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. I think all of us, I agree with my colleague that we can agree it's very important that the American people have readily available access to accurate and timely public health information. I don't think anyone disputes that, and no one should have to doubt the important work done by the Department of Health and Human Services to provide the American people with the information they need to remain healthy and safe. But this resolution is unnecessary. The new administration just took office and issued a temporary pause until February 1 on all communications coming from its agencies without approval. They have every right to do this. To be frank, they have a lot of problems to solve from the prior administration. I hope we can focus on confirming nominees quickly. The sooner his team gets in place, the sooner he can deliver on his promises to the American people. Therefore, I object.
And I ask that the following remarks appear in a different part of the journal.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. A new story was published today about the extent of Mr. Robert F. Kennedy's involvement in the 2019 measles outbreak in Samoa, and it shot a chill down my spine. And I am not, that's not a rhetorical flourish. I read it, and I felt hot. I felt angry. I felt worried. We already know that he flew halfway across the world to Samoa to spread lies about the measles vaccine and discourage people from taking it. We already know that as a result, there was a measles outbreak. 5,000 people got measles. 83 people died. 79 of them were children. But I think there is a new fact here that is worth lingering on. He saw it as a great research opportunity. He saw it as a great research opportunity. He literally took an informatics expert, someone who studies how people receive information, and he took him with him, studying what would happen to kids if they weren't vaccinated. And let me tell you why this is personal to me. My dad is my hero. May his memory be a blessing. and he's my hero for a number of reasons, but among them, he was a young doctor and he was reading the New England Journal of Medicine. He was right out of medical school. And he read about something called the Tuskegee experiments. And what happened in the Tuskegee experiments is that the United States Public Health Service withheld life-saving medication from African American men to, quote, observe the disease process. They considered these men expendable. They provided half of the cohort with penicillin, which they knew would cure syphilis, and half of the men with a placebo without telling them to, again, observe the disease process. And so my dad went on the record, and Congress actually intervened many years later with Tom Harkin and on a bipartisan basis, making it explicit that the United States Public Health Service has to observe the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm. Do no harm. And it's a dark history for America, but a proud moment as I think of my father and his legacy. But the one thing I never thought would ever occur is that more than 50 years later, we would be at the precipice of confirming a person to run the Department of Health and Human Services who, in this era, 50 years after the Tuskegee experiments, flew to Samoa, encouraged people not to take the measles vaccine, watched 5,000 people get sick, watched 83 people die, watched 79 kids die, and said, this is a real opportunity for data collection so we can see how this plays out. I'm still a little shocked that this person isn't going to be rejected 100-0. I understand partisanship. I understand loyalty. I'm not immune to partisan pressures on my own side. But this guy's different. This guy is about to run a Department of Health and Human Services. And he doesn't have just like one weird idea about one certain aspect of public health. He's a person who has flown across the planet to cause outbreaks of diseases that are generations in our past. And to add insult to injury, he is repeating the moral mistakes of the Tuskegee experiment that has been actually outlawed by the United States Congress. And so I'll be talking about this more, but I'm just hoping that we fight about a lot of stuff in this building. But I know that there are a lot of people on both sides of the aisle that take their obligation seriously to provide advice and consent to the President of the United States, whether you voted for him or not, whether your state voted for him or not, that this is an opportunity to say we're a separate and co-equal branch of government, and if you're a Republican, say, listen, I support this president, but I don't support this nominee because I don't want measles or mumps or rubella or polio to make a comeback. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
The senator from Virginia.
Could I inquire, are we in a quorum call?
We are.
Could I ask that it be suspended?
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to talk about the pending matter of the Pete Hegseth nomination to be Secretary of Defense. And before I get into the bulk of my comments, I want to just state my own record in terms of votes for the Secretary of Defense as a member of the Armed Services Committee. This administration is the fourth presidential administration I've been part of. I was elected with the second Obama administration, then served in the first Trump administration, then the Biden administration, and now a second Trump administration. My track record as an Armed Services Committee member and member of this body, I voted for every Secretary of Defense nomination before the body. Focusing on the Trump nominees, President Trump nominated General Mattis to be Secretary of Defense. I voted for him in committee, voted for him on the floor, and he received a 98-1 vote with one abstention when he was before us in 2017. Secretary Mattis served during a portion of President Trump's term, then stepped down, and President Trump nominated Mark Esper, who had been the Secretary of the Army, to succeed General Mattis. Trump administration nominee paid me the honor of asking if I would introduce him before the Armed Services Committee, and I did. He's a Virginian. I had worked with Secretary Esper when he was Army Secretary on military housing issues. He had been responsive and professional, and so I said, sure, you're President Trump's nominee, but I'm going to introduce you before the committee. Secretary Esper was approved in the committee, I think unanimously, and the vote on the floor for Secretary Esper was 98-2. I bring that up just to say it is not my desire or norm to stand on the floor and speak in opposition to a nominee for Secretary of Defense. To speak in opposition to a nominee by President Trump for Secretary of Defense. I spoke the other day, probably 2 days ago here, about why I am opposing Pete Hegseth to be Secretary of Defense. What I want to focus on today is his claim, because I know my colleagues have been on the floor all day long explaining their own reasons for opposition to Pete Hegseth, but I want to just really drill down on what Pete Hegseth is saying about the allegations that folks are making against him. And this was pretty apparent in the committee hearing a week ago Tuesday, and it has been consistent since. It was most clear in a recitation that he had back and forth with Senator Kelly of Arizona. Senator Kelly asked him, I'm just going to ask you really simple questions. Here's an event that someone says you participated in, true or false? And again and again and again, what Pete Hegseth said was anonymous smears. He didn't say false, because if you say false to something that you have done, it could verge on perjury. He didn't say true, because if you say true to these kinds of allegations, it could be disqualifying. So it was a very interesting litany where again and again and again, Senator Kelly said, here's an event, true or false, anonymous smears. Anonymous smears was a very, very sophisticated way of not answering the question, and yet, even as I examined Pete Hegseth about marital infidelity, about a sexual assault allegation alleged against him, led him to make a payout to the complainant, about allegations of spousal abuse, again and again what he said was anonymous smears. And so what I want to do during my time today, since I've already laid out sort of my bill of particulars about why I'm not supporting his nomination, I want to focus on this. The claims that have been made against Pete Hegseth, they're not anonymous, and they're not smears. They're not anonymous, and they're not smears. Let me start with not anonymous. To begin with, many of the claims are claims that have been admitted by Pete Hegseth. So let's start with the man himself. He has admitted serial infidelity in both of his first two marriages. He told me at the committee hearing he took an oath of fidelity to his wife, but he admitted to serial infidelity. That's not an irrelevant factor when we're analyzing whether someone who takes an oath to become Secretary of Defense is able to carry out that oath. Pete Hegseth has admitted as recently as yesterday that he made a payout to somebody who charged him with a sexual assault. There was an incident in Monterey in September of 2017 that led to a criminal sexual assault complaint and a criminal investigation. It did not lead to criminal charges, but it did lead to a civil charge and a settlement and a payout and a non-disclosure agreement. He's admitted to all of that. He claims it was a consensual event. The victim claims it was a sexual assault, but the fact of the interaction and the fact that it was both cheating on an existing wife and also on the mother of a newborn child, he's admitted all of that. It is not an anonymous claim when Pete Hegseth has admitted to this. Second, it's not anonymous what Pete Hegseth's mother wrote to him. Pete Hegseth was in the middle of a very contentious divorce from his second wife, Samantha, in 2018, and he received a most extraordinary email from his mother. This is not anonymous, and I want to read the email. It is an extraordinary bit of tough love from a mom to a son. Son, I have tried to keep quiet about your character and behavior, but after listening to the way you made Samantha feel today, I cannot stay silent. And as a woman and your mother, I feel I must speak out. You are an abuser of women. That is the ugly truth, and I have no respect for any man that belittles, lies, cheats, sleeps around, and uses women for his own power and ego. You are that man, and have been for years. And as your mother, it pains me and embarrasses me to say that, but it is the sad, sad truth. I am not a saint, far from it, so don't throw that in my face. But your abuse over the years to women, dishonesty, sleeping around, betrayal, debasing, belittling, needs to be called out. Sam is a good mother and a good person under the circumstances that you have created, and I know deep down you know that. For you to try to label her as unstable for your own advantage is despicable and abusive. Is there any sense of decency left in you? She did not ask for or deserve any of that, which has come to her by your hand. Neither did Meredith. Meredith is the first wife. I know you think this is a big competition and that we have taken her side. Bunk. We are on the side of good, and that is not you. Go ahead and call me self-righteous. I don't care. Don't you dare run to her and cry foul that we shared this. That's what babies do. It's time for someone. I wish it was a strong man to stand up to your abusive behavior and call it out, especially against women. We still love you, but we are broken by your behavior and lack of character. I don't want to write emails like this and never thought I would. If it damages our relationship further, then so be it, but at least I have said my piece. And yes, we are praying for you. And you don't deserve to know how we're praying, so skip the snarky reply. I don't want an answer to this. I don't want to debate with you. You twist and abuse everything I say anyway. But on behalf of all women, and I know it's many, you have abused in some way, I say get some help and take an honest look at yourself Mom. This is not an anonymous smear. I know a little bit about mother's love. I know a little bit about mother's tough love. This is not an anonymous smear, but it is an extraordinary, painful, candid rebuke. And Mr. President, why do I have this letter? This is not a letter that anyone in this body had. This is a letter that appeared in a newspaper about a month ago. The only people that would have had this email are family, the people closest in the world to Pete Hegseth. No one else would have seen this. No one else would have had it. No one else could have read it on the floor of the Senate unless someone very close to Pete Hegseth, a member of his immediate family, decided years after it was written that a man nominated to be Secretary of Defense, whose character had led his own mother to write this letter, this is a fact that should be put before the public in analyzing the character and qualifications of this individual. Not anonymous. Pete Hegseth's former sister-in-law, Danielle Hegseth, who had been married to his brother, Nathaniel, submitted an affidavit that is in the Senate records, available to all of my colleagues, and all have read this affidavit or made a decision that they didn't want to read it, but it's available to all of us. And the affidavit that Danielle has written about the treatment that was referred to by his mother in this letter, it's completely consistent with what the mother says. The mother wrote this. It's now public. Danielle has signed an affidavit about it. It's now public, and it's completely consistent with what the mother said. Danielle Hegseth is not anonymous. There's a whistleblower report that is available to all Senate members. I read it 10 days ago. It's for members only, but it's available to all 100 of us. And I hope all of my colleagues have read it. It would be a huge mistake to vote on this nomination not having read that whistleblower report. What does the whistleblower report involve? It's anything from anonymous. It's a report that was generated years ago when Pete Hegseth was the leader of an organization called Concerned Veterans of America. It wasn't created for this hearing. It wasn't created because of a Secretary of Defense nomination. It was created by disgruntled employees in an organization that Pete Hegseth was leading. It's a 7-page, single-space whistleblower report. And again, Mr. President, I got to say, it's anything but anonymous. In fact, it mentions, by my count, 36 names of individuals connected with Concerned Veterans for America and multiple events of improper behavior by Pete Hegseth as the leader. Being at work events impaired by alcohol, creating a toxic work culture that led to sexual harassment of women employees, repeated instances of unprofessional behavior and fiscal mismanagement of the organization. And I know that Pete Hegseth calls that anonymous smears, but when you read this 6-page document, and again, I just want to say to any public watching this, the senators in this body have all had access to it. So if you see somebody like Pete Hegseth saying it's an anonymous smear, no, the members of this body have all had access to Danielle Hegseth's affidavit, to Pete Hegseth's admissions, to the mother's letter, and to a whistleblower report with 36 names in it, attesting to a variety of unprofessional behaviors. That document was provided to Mr. Hegseth and his attorney, and they submitted a response. But by my read of the document, they could not get a single individual whose name is mentioned to challenge or retract any of the statements that are made in the document. This is anything but anonymous. Again, all members have seen this. All members have had access to it. These are not anonymous claims. They are on-the-record claims by people very close to this man, including, in a most unusual way, his own mother. Now, Mr. President, I will acknowledge this. There are some who have come forward who are anonymous. I have to acknowledge that. They're anonymous because they're afraid. I have had extensive conversations with a close personal friend of the second wife who has told me things that are directly supportive of the public materials contained in the mother's letter and the Danielle Hegseth affidavit. I don't know that he knows Danielle, but what he told me is completely consistent with Danielle Hegseth's allegations that Pete Hegseth was abusive to his second wife. But this individual is afraid to come forward and have his name mentioned because he believes that if his name was mentioned, he would be subject to abuse and potentially violence. I have spoken to a close friend of Jane Doe, the complainant in the sexual assault allegation and the sexual assault civil complaint and settlement with direct knowledge of this. And she has told me a number of things that confirm the public reporting about the sexual assault allegation, but she is afraid for her own physical safety to come forward. And I've spoken to one of the individuals whose name is mentioned among the 36 whose name is mentioned in the whistleblower report, who participated in putting it together years ago, who was able to give some texture and context to this report that all members have had access to. She expressed a willingness to speak to the FBI about it. She doesn't want to come forward publicly because she's afraid, but she expressed a willingness. Mr. President, get this. She expressed a willingness weeks ago to talk to the FBI about the whistleblower report, which they had. And as of 2 hours ago, the FBI has not been in contact with a single individual whose name is mentioned in this whistleblower report. Now, we already know that the FBI, in their initial investigation, they did not reach out to either of the wives, wife 1 and wife 2. They didn't reach out. I haven't seen the FBI report. I'm not allowed to see it. It's only accessible by our committee chair and ranking. But I asked Senator Reid, was there any reference to, was there any evidence that either of the first wives were interviewed? I mean, you had the letter from the mother. Why wouldn't you go talk to the wives about the behavior? The FBI didn't talk to the first or second wife. They had to go back and do an interview after we brought that up, that they hadn't even done it. And they did a cursory interview about Mr. Hegseth's drinking, but didn't ask him about the abuse allegations. But as of 2 hours ago, the FBI still has not reached out to a single person whose name is contained as someone with knowledge about the whistleblower report and the activities of Mr. Hegseth when he was the CEO or the lead executive of Concerned Veterans for America. I am saddened that a friend of wife 2, that a friend of Jane Doe, that somebody who is a whistleblower is so physically afraid to come forward and say what they know because of fears of violence against them. That makes me sad, but I will state my reputation on this. What they have told me is a direct match and an affirmation of the material contained in the public accounts from the mother, from Pete Hegseth's own admissions, from the sexual assault facts that we know, from the Danielle Hegseth affidavit. So, Mr. President, I've taken some time to go over this to show that the material that this body is considering is not anonymous, and now I want to turn to the second. It's not a smear. The Pete Hegseth allegation seems to be that this is all created at the last minute to try to derail him from being Secretary of Defense. And in that way, it's a smear. couldn't be farther from the truth. The sexual assault claim happened years ago. It was not created to try to stop Pete. The whistleblower report was written more than a decade ago. It was not written to stop Pete Hegseth from being Secretary of Defense. Pete Hegseth has admitted to serial infidelity years ago. Those allegations were not brought up to stop Pete Hegseth from being Secretary of Defense. And finally, this letter from Pete Hegseth's mother, it was sent years ago. And it wasn't sent to stop Pete Hegseth from being Secretary of Defense. It was sent, as his own mother has recently stated in media interviews, as a message of love. This painful, painful email was sent to her son as a message of love. None of this material was a smear. None of this material was created once Pete Hegseth was nominated to be Secretary of Defense to try to stop him. This material has been around for many, many years and was created contemporaneously with abuse that he was visiting upon others because people were trying to stop him. They were trying to stop him as a message of love. They were praying for him. They were encouraging him to look in the mirror and improve. And yet he says this is all a smear. That is not the case. They're not smears. They are clear and consistent and contemporaneous reports of the behavior, judgment, impulse control, and character of this nominee for the most important cabinet position that any president will forward to the United States Senate. Mr. President, I'm going to conclude and just say this. We can do better. As a nation, we can do better. As a United States Senate, we can do better. Supporters of President Trump can do better. Members of the military can do better. Veterans can do better. Blue Star families. I'm one. My kid's a Marine reservist. We can do better. We need to do better. We need to do better by our active duty. We need to do better by our Guard and Reserve. We need to do better by DOD civilians. We need to do better by military families. We need to do better by defense contractors. We need to do better by all who care about the important mission of the American military, and we can do better. Mr. President, you and I both know this. There are so many good who have aligned on the Republican side, who have supported President Trump, who have their own credentials in this body. I could name a bunch, but I'm worried I'd want to then get in trouble with one of the ones I don't name. But in this body, there are senators who have served honorably in the military and are well qualified for the position of Secretary of Defense. In the House, there are members who are loyal to this president, who have served honorably in the military and are qualified to be Secretary of Defense. We have governors, we have mayors, we have leaders of companies who have supported this president and are loyal to his agenda and could get a 98-2 vote like Mark Esper did, or a 98-1 vote like General Mattis did, and would be loyal to this president and carry out this president's agenda. They are there. There are hundreds of them without the personal baggage of sexual assault claims that have been settled, of allegations of spousal abuse that have been testified to, of allegations of drunkenness on the job and fiscal mismanagement that are the subject of a very extensive report written by non-anonymous co-workers. And so as we near the vote for this most important position, my plea to my colleagues, as one who has supported every Secretary of Defense who's ever come before my committee, Democrat or Republican, is don't rush this and make a mistake. No one in this room, should this break badly following a confirmation, can say, wow, I didn't know. I didn't know. Everyone knows. Everyone has access to this material. Everyone knows the risk we would be undertaking in confirming Pete Hegseth to be Secretary of Defense. There will be no place, no shelter, no refuge of, wow, I was unaware of this. But more importantly than that, we all know people right in this chamber who are qualified by background, who are qualified by credential, but most importantly are qualified by character to undertake this most solemn responsibility. Let's get this one right. Let's take the time and get this one right. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Virginia.
I suggest the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
This is also Brooks. Mr. President, I ask to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection, the Senator from California.
Mr. President, the men and women serving at home and overseas under the flag of the United States of America are counting on us. To guide the Pentagon through times of war or peace, they need and deserve a Secretary of Defense who is a person of considerable experience and can run a mammoth agency, who has exhibited good judgment, who is a person of good character, who appreciates the role of women in the military in and out of combat, and who they can look on in confidence to guide us through some of the most difficult and complex national security threats we have ever faced. And while I greatly respect his time in the service, regrettably, that person is not Pete Hegseth. This is no minor or ceremonial position. The Secretary of Defense is responsible for nearly $1 trillion budget, 1/8 of all federal spending, and the 3 million people who serve under that charge. In my time in Congress, I've worked with secretaries of defense from both parties who understood their sacred responsibility and upheld their oaths to support every one of our troops and lead our nation's military to the best of their ability. Secretaries Gates and Panetta, Mattis and Carter, and many others come to mind. But Mr. Hegseth lacks the experience to be the Secretary of Defense. Mr. Hegseth has not shown the judgment to be Secretary of Defense. Mr. Hegseth has not shown the character to be Secretary of Defense. For this job is a heavy responsibility, and he is not the right person for the job. His record speaks for itself. Financial mismanagement in the organizations he led, organizations much, much smaller than the Pentagon, with budgets that were a fraction of the size and nevertheless squandered and mismanaged. He has at times demonstrated a callous disregard for human rights and the laws of armed conflict, going so far as to recommend that the President disregard the Geneva Conventions and intervene in cases of service members convicted of war crimes. He has a history of belittling our brave women in uniform, of denigrating the service of women in uniform and their abilities. These failures are not trivial. They are real, they are significant, and they cannot be ignored. So let's not mince words. Pete Hegseth is the wrong choice for Secretary of Defense. Mr. President, many of my colleagues have spoken on the floor about Mr. Hegseth's personal shortcomings and lack of experience to carry out the job to which he has been nominated. I would like to speak also about what we need from a Secretary of Defense and what a more appropriate nominee should bring to this position of such immense responsibility. The challenges we face today are enormous. They demand real experience and leadership. The largest land war in Europe since World War II rages on. The Middle East is a tinderbox with a terrorist group still running Gaza, with hostages still in captivity, with a new Syrian regime of uncertain direction, a weakened but still dangerous Iran with all of its proxies still threatening retaliation. China looms as a peer global competitor with a stated object of expanding its influence and territory and outpacing the United States. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are increasingly aligned with the shared goal of rolling back U.S. influence and have developed a robust operational partnership. Iran and North Korea provide Russia with drones and missiles to prosecute its relentless war of aggression against Ukraine, all while China provides money and dual-use technologies to underpin Russia's resurgent wartime economy. Trade amongst this bloc seeks to frustrate U.S.-led international sanctions. We don't know what technology and know-how Russia has already or will provide rogue states like Iran and North Korea for their nuclear, missile, and other WMD programs. This growing alignment among authoritarians threatens our country and our allies. And yet here we are, being asked to hand over the keys to our national defense to someone so patently unqualified, so palpably unprepared. I think it is telling that Mr. Hegseth's opening statement to the Senate Armed Services Committee failed to even mention the war in Ukraine. Just imagine perhaps the most important national security issue that the previous Congress debated, whether to provide aid to our partners in Ukraine, to turn back the Russian attack and defend their homeland, doesn't merit a sentence in his opening testimony. This is a conflict that President Trump now owns, and we must rely on him and his administration, including, if he were confirmed, Mr. Hegseth, to support our Democratic partner. When the senator from Maine asked Mr. Hegseth about the omission of the war in Ukraine from his prepared remarks, here was his response. Senator, that is a presidential-level policy decision. This from the person who is supposed to be the president's senior advisor on defense matters and a key official needed to rally NATO and other nations to Ukraine's defense. We have a moral and legal obligation and imperative to aid Ukraine in its existential fight against Russia and to protect our NATO allies should Russia's ambitions be left unconstrained. The last Congress made clear its support with bipartisan overwhelming votes to reaffirm our support for Ukraine in this fight, and we will do so again as necessary. It is not just a matter of Ukrainian security. If Russia is allowed to succeed in its objectives in Ukraine, whether on the battlefield or through a forced but favorable negotiated settlement, it will not stop there. Russia is already engaged in influence operations, cyber operations, and attacks against critical infrastructure up and down its border with NATO. Allowing Russia to tear off parts of Ukraine will embolden Putin, allow him to better arm his war machine, and will send a message that NATO is fragmented and weak. And it will not be just Russia that receives this message. Xi Jinping is watching intently what is happening with Ukraine and whether America will continue to defend its allies and its values. This is why Taiwan supports U.S. aid to Ukraine, even if it means sending weapons there that might otherwise be shipped to Asia. Taiwan wants to know that if and when they face their own day of reckoning, that the United States will honor its commitments to come to its defense. Our allies must be able to count on us, on the President, on the Secretary of Defense. They must. A nominee who ignores our obligations or our national interests in helping Ukraine roll back Russia's war machine is not a person capable of defending our interests across the globe. They just aren't. The responsibilities go well beyond our foreign commitments. The Secretary of Defense has an enormous task to continue to rebuild the strength and readiness of our forces. For nearly 2 decades, wars in the Middle East and a long list of contingencies have pushed military readiness to the breaking point. The Army, Air Force, and Navy continue to face major recruitment challenges just to maintain their current size, let alone what may be necessary to, God forbid, fight a major war in the coming years. Against technologies we can only imagine now. We need a Secretary of Defense that can lead and inspire our troops from the most senior officers to the youngest enlisted men and women. Mr. Hegseth has belittled women in the military. He has attacked people who live their lives differently than he would prefer. He has stood with those who violate the law rather than those who keep the peace. And he has no experience running a large enterprise. His experience running small enterprises was a terrible failure. We need a Secretary of Defense with the management experience to rebuild and reshape our national security for the challenges of the present and the future. As our assistance to partners in the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East have shown, we need to bring about urgent reforms if we are to produce the platforms, weapons, and ammunition necessary to supply our partners with the tools that they need to fight and win. So long as our enemies test the dearness of our beliefs with fire and steel, we must ensure that our military remains the best equipped, best prepared fighting force in the world. This requires investment in our manufacturing sector and the defense acquisition process. Anything less is not an arsenal of democracy or freedom's forge. It is a failure of our duty to defend ourselves and our allies. Which is to say nothing of the need to develop new technologies and new operational concepts, tapping into the best innovative minds across the country. Let's face it, the United States is on the brink of losing its overwhelming technological edge. Bringing it back will require reshaping the Pentagon to include new participants, ready to disrupt some of our hidebound bureaucratic and expensive processes, new innovators and technologies, including many from my home state of California, partners that embrace new technology and are more nimble to meet today's challenges. There is simply nothing in Mr. Hegseth's background or his performance to demonstrate that he has the necessary understanding or ability to make these changes. General Matthew Ridgway was one of the greatest military minds of the 20th century. His service spanned decades and continents. And after the end of his service as Supreme Commander for the Allied Powers, he was recruited to join the Wise Men, a group of retired diplomats, politicians, and generals who assembled time to give their advice to President Lyndon Johnson. He knew then, as we know today, what makes effective leadership in both war and peace, on the front lines and on the home front. He said that there is far more to professional fitness than knowledge and skill in the technology and tools of war. These the officer must have, but the final test of his ability is not in what he knows, but in what he is. There is no substitute, he said, for those innate qualities which we generally refer to as character. My fellow senators, put aside the nominee's lack of knowledge and lack of experience to prepare him for a role of this magnitude. We must also consider this nominee's absence of character becoming of a Secretary of Defense. You heard it in his confirmation hearings. You've heard it described by my colleagues today. You've seen it on television, read about it in the materials that we have been provided that demonstrates Mr. Hegseth's unfitness for this office. Character matters. It does. It still does. And no amount of tough talk on TV or bromides about a warrior spirit can make up for a distinct lack of character. General Omar Bradley, the first ever chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the longest serving active duty service member in the history of the United States Armed Forces, wrote to the Infantry School Quarterly in April of 1953. He said that leadership in a democratic army means fairness, not harshness, understanding, not weakness, justice, not license, humaneness, not intolerance, generosity, not selfishness, pride, not egotism. Think about those qualities. Think about whether the nominee we consider today resembles even just one of them. Certainly not generosity. Certainly not humanity. Certainly not understanding. Certainly not. I understand that politics can be complicated, but there is nothing complicated about this. Our service members are watching. Their families who fear that their loved ones may be sent to battle are watching. Our adversaries are watching. There's an inscription down the hall that says it plainly, what we should consider in this moment. Our government, conceived in freedom and purchased with blood, can be preserved only by constant vigilance. Constant vigilance. The vote before us today is about Mr. Hegseth, but it is also about all of us. What do we stand for? Are we being vigilant in the defense of our country? This candidate is not qualified. This candidate is not experienced. This candidate lacks judgment. This candidate lacks the character we need to lead this department at a time of great national peril. He is simply the wrong one for the job. I urge a no vote, and I yield back. Madam President, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
President Pro Tem.
I ask that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
I'm here to support Pete Hegseth. Just a minute. Pardon me, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to support Pete Hegseth to be Secretary of Defense. In the process of doing that, I'm going to refer generally to some of the things that I spoke about, problems at the Department of Defense when Mr. Hegseth was in my office for these personal interviews that all nominees tend to do before their consideration on the floor of the Senate. One of those subjects was my oversight work of the Department of Defense. I've been conducting rigorous oversight of the Defense Department, along with other federal departments, since I became a member of Congress. My oversight work of the Department of Defense has led me to sound the alarm time and again about the lacks of internal controls, price gouging, and mismanagement of the taxpayer dollars. If confirmed, Pete Hegseth, President Trump's Secretary of Defense nominee, will be the 16th Secretary of Defense to lead the department during my tenure in this chamber. When I met with Mr. Hegseth, I told him what I tell all cabinet nominees that I meet with. When asked if you will respond to letters from members of Congress, instead of saying yes, you ought to say maybe, so you won't be made a liar later when you don't answer those letters. Because, as we all know here in the Senate, there's not a nominee that comes before any committee in the United States Senate that doesn't firmly promise to answer all of our letters or come and testify or take our phone calls. So everyone says yes when seeking confirmation, and most don't respond when they get into office. Mr. Hegseth said yes to the answer to that question in committee. He kind of laughed when I said in my office that you ought to say maybe, but he says, I get the message. Mr. Hegseth and I also discussed the need for the Department of Defense to pass an independent audit and upgrade outdated financial management systems to make the independent audit being certified as a real possibility. You know, the Department of Defense is the only agency of the federal government that can't get a certified audit. And they've been mandated to have one for more than a decade, maybe even 2 decades. And they try to produce it, and the smallest of the military groups, the U.S. Marines, they tried to work with that one first of all, and see if they could get a certified audit. And they went through that rigmarole, and somehow they did get certified. I asked for a General Government Accountability Office to check on the legitimacy of that certification, and the General Government Accountability Office said that it was not a legitimate certification. After a couple speeches on the floor of the United States Senate about 8-10 years ago, we finally got them to admit that it was a hoax that they were saying they were getting a certified audit. So this is a big problem for a long period of time, Mr. President, and I hope Mr. Hegseth can get to the bottom of it and get a clean audit, because the lack of a clean audit opinion at the Department of Defense presents huge potential for waste, fraud, and abuse in defense spending. And when I get to the end of my remarks, I'm going to give you a couple examples. Mr. Hegseth acknowledged this weakness within the Department of Defense and assured me that he will get the department on a proper financial footing. He also committed to ensuring protections of whistleblowers who speak out against instances of fraud, waste, and abuse that have been unrestrained within the department. We spoke about that issue because for every nominee that comes to my office about the wanting confirmation, I say to them, you know, whether you got a department of a few hundred or a few thousand or a few 10,000, and there's some departments around here of a few 100,000 people, big or little, you can't know what's going on in that department as far as listening to whistleblowers. And whistleblowers are, I consider them very dedicated to their job, very patriotic people. They just want the government to do what the government's supposed to do under the law or spend the money the way it's supposed to be spent. So they see something wrong. They come forward. And you know, maybe sometimes they accomplish a lot by coming forward. But sometimes they're so frustrated that they come to us members of the Senate. In my particular case, Chuck Grassley. And about 90% of the 35 investigations I've got going on and somewhere in the executive branch of government, 90% of them are instituted by information whistleblowers give me. So I tell these nominees, you don't know what's going on. You ought to listen to whistleblowers. And it isn't just a case of the nominee listening to a whistleblower. It's a case of the nominee having a culture within the within their department that will encourage middle management to listen to whistleblowers. And that's particularly a problem in the Defense Department. But we find too many whistleblowers ruin themselves professionally. They're treated like a skunk at a picnic at their department. I could tell you a lot of stories where they've been misused just because they came forward with information that the government wasn't following the laws. And I know you can tell from what I just said, I've been a long-time advocate for whistleblowers and continue to work to ensure that they're protected when they rightfully speak out about the wrongdoings within our government. So, as you can tell from my conversation with you, my colleagues, I expect Mr. Hegseth to stay true to his words, that he's going to listen to whistleblowers and get the fiscal management, financial management system of the Department of Defense turned around. Finally, as we should thank anybody who serves in the military, but particularly Mr. Hegseth, for his service to our country in the military. All the brave men and women who have served our nation in uniform deserve our gratitude and respect. Now, I told you that I'd give you a couple examples. One of them of financial mismanagement or not following the law. So one is a Janet Milo, about 6 months ago, pleaded guilty in a Texas court. Can you believe this? Stealing $106 million over a period of 5 years as a Defense Department employee. Now, the problem there is that I'm trying to get information from the Defense Department on one of my investigations. How could an employee of the Department of Defense over a period of 5 years get away with $106 million? I've read someplace it was $112 million, but whether it's 106, 112, what difference does it make? It makes a difference because $1 is stolen from the taxpayers. Anyway, if she had stolen $5 million, she probably would still be a free person. But what's wrong with the financial management system of the Defense Department? They can't keep track of $106 million being stolen. So I'm trying to get an answer to that, and I don't have an answer to it. And that's why I'm going to suggest that the Inspector General at the Department of Defense ought to be fired. Another one is what we call in Washington the JEDI, a program that the Defense Department wanted to establish called the Joint Enterprise Defense Initiative. There were people in the Defense Department that had a conflict of interest because they had a relationship with Amazon. Amazon wanted that contract. They didn't recuse themselves. And finally today, I got a response on my investigation that started probably 5 years ago on that. Maybe I got it because I talked to Pete Hegseth about it. Maybe I got it just because finally, after 5 years, they decided they could finally give me an answer. I haven't read that answer, so I don't know what the result is. Actually, it doesn't matter what they tell us because this whole Joint Enterprise Defense Initiative and these contracts, there was so much competition among a couple wanting that besides Amazon that it was given a brand new start on negotiations, and I don't even know where they are on those negotiations at this point. But those are two examples of things that are really wrong with the way the Department of Defense is run, not just under Biden, but under a lot of presidents, both Republican and Democrat, over a long period of time. And hopefully Mr. Hegseth can straighten that out. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor Brooks.
Mr. President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to urge my colleagues to carefully consider their vote on the nomination of Mr. Pete Hegseth for Secretary of Defense. The Senate is now in the process of voting on many members of President Trump's new cabinet who will determine policies that will affect the lives of every American. However, I would argue that the position of the Secretary of Defense is unique. It requires the highest quality of leadership, the ability to make on-the-spot life or death decisions, excellent diplomatic skills, and character beyond reproach. There is no question that President Trump has a right to select his cabinet, but his defense secretary should be someone who is capable, without question, to meet the demands of the job and the expectations of those he will lead. They should have the knowledge and experience to manage one of the most complex organizations in the world. And they should be willing to admit what they do not know and assemble a team who will help them carry on. In his hearing before the Senate Armed Services Committee last week, and in his writings and comments, Mr. Hegseth has not proven that he is qualified to be Secretary of Defense. He has been questioned about allegations of significant personal misconduct, including alcohol abuse, infidelity, sexual harassment and abuse, and toxic work environments. He refused to really address or take ownership of these allegations. As a result, he leaves himself open to having his personal history subject to exploitation by adversaries, which is the last thing we need for the leader of the most powerful military in the world. If confirmed, Mr. Hegseth would be giving orders to men and women of every race, religion, and sexual orientation. His orders may result in these men and women risking and perhaps losing their lives. These men and women must trust that the Secretary of Defense giving those orders respects and supports them. Instead, Mr. Hegseth has disparaged military personnel with racist and sexist comments. He has derided diversity in the ranks, and he has openly opposed women in combat roles. How can we expect our military to overcome recruiting challenges, maintain retention, and remain the most ready and lethal fighting force in the world if they do not have respect for their leader? Who would want to follow the orders of someone who belittles them? For better or worse, the industry and workforce that supports the Pentagon is enormous, complicated, and is a huge factor in our nation's economy as well as national security. Mismanaging it can cost fortunes in our taxpayers' investments, the American economy, and workers' lives. It has been widely documented that the extent of Mr. Hegseth's management experience was running two small veterans organizations, both of which he drove to the verge of bankruptcy and had to be relieved from his leadership roles. He has refused to acknowledge this, and it does not seem that he has learned from the experience. Do we want to risk an organization with a $900 billion annual budget to such a nominee? Another keystone of the United States military is that it is entirely professional, unlike many other nations' armies. The United States military is held in such high esteem around the world because we follow the rule of law and the Geneva Conventions. Our military is not like those of Russia, Iran, or North Korea, whose soldiers terrorize and kill civilians, pillage villages, and torture captives. When the U.S. military arrives, our enemies should be afraid, but civilians should be relieved, because we hold our service members to the highest standards. But in his writing, Mr. Hegseth has shown nothing but disdain for the rule of law and the men and women who attempt to keep our military personnel disciplined. He wants the U.S. to, quote, fight by our own rules. But do we want the U.S. military to fight like the Russian military that is destroying Ukraine? or the Chinese or Houthis who show no regard for international law? Do we want to vote for a nominee who will tear down 250 years of honorable service by the men and women of our U.S. forces? I hope not. As I hope my colleagues know, my top priority has always been national security, and I've tried to avoid partisanship. I don't think it has a place in that mission. I will always pick up the phone and call whoever holds the position of Secretary of Defense and seek opportunities to work with them to strengthen and support our military. Whoever they may be, I hope they comport themselves with wisdom, composure, and character that this awesome responsibility demands. Our military men and women, indeed, the American people deserve nothing less from the Secretary of Defense. The question I have is this: is Pete Hegseth truly the best we have to offer? I do not believe so, and I urge my colleagues to vote against this nominee. And with that, Mr. President, I would note the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks.
Is there a precise time for the vote? I just don't want anyone to hear this. Mr. President,
The senator from
I
Mississippi,
suggest the quorum call be dismissed.
without objection.
Mr. President, I agree with my friend from Rhode Island, the distinguished ranking member of the committee, that this is something senators need to think very carefully about. And I would remind my friend and my fellow senators and my fellow Americans that the voters of the United States spoke very strongly and very firmly and overwhelmingly on the first Tuesday of November for change. And over 75,000 Americans voted for change, not only domestically, which we're seeing being fulfilled even in the first week of this term, but also on the international scene. The United States needs to return to a position of strength. And through that strength and through that military might, we can assure peace for a generation. So I think one of the things that over 75 million Americans spoke for on Election Day was peace through strength. The president has made his choice, and he's putting his team together to strengthen our military and to get us ready. And the person he's chosen to lead the Defense Department is Pete Hegseth. The more I have seen of this young man over the time that we've had a chance to visit and over the time that he's been questioned and actually put through a number of trials, the more impressed I am with his character and with his ability to withstand the slings and arrows that we see in politics and in government today. Pete Hegseth is ready to put forward the program of President Donald Trump. And he has satisfied me that he will be a change agent in the Department of Defense and that he's the person we need. He's the president's choice, and we owe it to this commander-in-chief to put him in this position unless he's not qualified for the office. He's a major. Mr. Hegseth is a retired major from the Army National Guard. He's had multiple combat tours of duty, and then he's come back and he's had some struggles. He's had some PTSD, and there are thousands and thousands of his comrades who have experienced the same thing, experienced problems after they came back. But he's overcome those. And those thousands of young officers and people who've been in combat for the United States are watching the United States Senate tonight, even so. And they're watching to see whether we've listened to the dreams and to the plans and to the hopes of this young man as the next Secretary of Defense. I agree with my friend. We should look carefully. But once we look carefully, I think we will decide that this president, who's had this mandate, is entitled to this remarkable young man as his Secretary of Defense. I'm going to vote for him early and enthusiastically, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield the floor.
All post-cloture time has expired. The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks.
Yes.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. I got him. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moody, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moreno, Mullen, Ricketts, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Hassan? No. Mr. Blumenthal? No. Ms. Slotkin? Senators voting in the negative: Mr. Husted, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, and Wyden. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. King? No. Mr. Heinrich? No. Mr. Warnock? No. Ms. Cantwell? No. Ms. Blunt Rochester? No. Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. Gallego? No. Yeah. Mrs. Britt? Aye. Mr. Langford, aye.
But they're old enough now to stay with themselves.
Yeah, they're 13. They're fine. I don't worry about it.
Mr. Van Hollen? No.
Doing something stupid.
Mr. Peters? No.
Yeah.
Mr. Markey? No.
But I've been funny. I've been watching them all day.
Mr. Bennett?
No, I have like a track.
No.
And that's why I see
Mr. Schmidt, aye.
I've been like following them around. And they've been like,
Mr. Booker? No. Mr. Cruz? Aye.
at like 6:30, I looked at
Mr. Grassley?
about a mile.
Aye.
My mother's 87 and she can FaceTime.
Mr. Bozeman, aye.
Same time, and I know she's doing it.
Mr. Welch, no.
And he lets me take him.
Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. McConnell? No. Mr. Hoven, aye.
And when I would preside, when we'd go in, she said, I stand up and I say,
Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no.
So what do we think about this Hegseth? Okay. All right. Are there any senators in the chamber who wish to vote or change a vote? If not, on this vote, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the nomination is confirmed. The Majority Leader.
And I ask unanimous consent that with respect to the Hegseth nomination, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Further, that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Nome nomination be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection, the clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kristi Noem of South Dakota to be Secretary of Homeland Security. Signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Kristi Noem of South Dakota to be Secretary of Homeland Security shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice.
Part of the United States strategy in the Indo-Pacific. These are key partners the Defense Secretary directly engages with. But Hegseth didn't even know the first thing about them and named a bunch of countries that don't even belong to the organization. Later, when he was asked by Senator Slotkin whether he would carry out an illegal order from Donald Trump, like using the military against civilians, he refused to give a straight answer. There are a lot of close calls when you're defense secretary, but whether or not to turn the military on the public, even if they are Democrats, is not a close call. That's a simple, no, I wouldn't do that. I will not carry out an illegal order. No, the United States military is not in existence for the purpose of carrying out orders against United States citizens exercising their constitutional rights. Leading our armed forces is not a part-time gig. The Pentagon is not a cable news set where you can roll up on a Saturday and say clever things. You can't improv your way out of global conflicts. The people who lace up and go into battle deserve better than that. They deserve someone who understands the world in all of its complexities and recognizes the weight of their decisions, especially when the chips are down. And Pete Hegseth is not that person. I urge my colleagues to do the right thing and vote no on his confirmation. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston Brooks.
when asked by my colleague, Senator Tammy Duckworth, at his confirmation hearing. It wasn't a gotcha question. That is pretty basic stuff. ASEAN, which stands for the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, is an essential part of the United States strategy in the Indo-Pacific. These are key partners the Defense Secretary directly engages with. But Hegseth didn't even know the first thing about them and named a bunch of countries that don't even belong to the organization. Later, when he was asked by Senator Slotkin whether he would carry out an illegal order from Donald Trump, like using the military against civilians, he refused to give a straight answer. There are a lot of close calls when you're defense secretary, but whether or not to turn the military on the public, even if they are Democrats, is not a close call. That's a simple, no, I wouldn't do that. I will not carry out an illegal order. No, the United States military is not in existence for the purpose of carrying out orders against United States citizens exercising their constitutional rights. Leading our armed forces is not a part-time gig. The Pentagon is not a cable news set where you can roll up on a Saturday and say clever things. You can't improv your way out of global conflicts. The people who lace up and go into battle deserve better than that. They deserve someone who understands the world in all of its complexities and recognizes the weight of their decisions, especially when the chips are down. And Pete Hegseth is not that person. I urge my colleagues to do the right thing and vote no on his confirmation. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston Brooks.